authored by Somil Majmudar, CEO, co-founder and MD of Sportz Village, and Dr. Vijay Krishnamurthy, sports researcher and now an author as well, both of whom are here. Over the last couple of years, the book took lots of shapes and forms in the form of newsletters, in the form of Get Kids to Play summits, and now the ongoing Get Kids to Play podcast series. But all through these series of shapes and forms of, as I mentioned, the book, the voices of the stakeholders like school leaders, policymakers, corporate leaders, CSR leaders, community leaders were heard during these forums. However, what we felt is the most important stakeholder in this entire initiative of sports and play, which is you, the children, your voices were missing. And hence, we came up with this idea to give you the voice, give you the stage to present solutions, to present the barriers that you think are preventing you from playing sports more actively and more joyfully. With the Pitch4Play series, we wanted to bring out your voices. And so far, after covering 6 cities and over 300 participants and over 60 teams, now we are at the final stage with 14 teams who will be presenting here in person and 7 teams who will be presenting online on 30th of January. The two winners from this event will be supported. The ideas of the two best teams on this stage will be supported and incubated by Sportz Village with a maximum funding of rupees 50,000 and rupees 35,000 respectively, based on the plan that you propose over the year, based on the framework that you come up with, based on the implementation on ground that you do. To evaluate and judge the national finals, we have an extremely renowned panel with us, starting with Malti Renati, Head of Policy at Takshashila Institution, herself a former athlete. Dr. Vijay Krishnamurthy, our very own Vijay, policy maker, sports researcher, and now an author, an executive coach as well. Deepika Mogili Shetty, Chief of Policy and Partnerships at Ek Step Foundation. She has worked extensively in the field of child and youth development. Welcome to the judges. So without further ado, I would like to formally start the event by inviting Professor Saurabh Mukherjee, Dean Faculty and Dean Alumni Relations and Development, IIM Bangalore, to deliver the keynote address for the event. Professor Mukherjee.
Hey, good morning and welcome to all of you, especially the children who are here. I don't know whether you are coming to IIM Bangalore for the first time. This morning when I was going around, I could see some of the kids looking at some of you who were trying to rehearse your pitch. Since I knew this event was happening, I could sense that, yeah, you people must be getting ready for your pitch. So best of luck for that. Since I am giving a keynote speech, I'm supposed to say something important, but I don't know what to say. I was thinking there will be, who will be there, actually I did not know. let me try to talk about playing and sports largely from my experience in life. And I must tell you, I was never a good sports person by any stretch of imagination. I was okay in studies, that sometimes happens, that because I have been following Sawmill and Sportz Village for such a long time that they do some amazing work on trying to get kids play, systematically removing the barriers which children have in playing. And I sometimes wonder that why should it be so difficult? Because as children, we were so oriented towards games and play. In fact, it was a hard task to make us study. So parents would catch hold of us and say, no more play, go and study. So it seems that we are naturally inclined to play. So why is it so difficult for us to continue with that habit as we get along? And then I started thinking that, when as a child I was playing, I don't know whether I was getting attracted to that particular game. I was probably getting attracted to the freedom I got. That was the period when there was no teacher, no parent. Nobody is telling to do, you have to do X, you have to do Y. I could freely do whatever I want. It was a bunch of friends. Nobody was looking at that. So we must keep in mind that human beings love autonomy. We love freedom. And whenever we are designing any system, that is something that you have to keep in mind. Right? We like all choices. So when you are thinking about solving a problem, number one, please keep in mind that playing games or playing sports in a systematic manner is difficult. It's not easy. It's okay to go and play a game of football or a cricket someday, but if you want to be a good footballer, if you want to be a good cricketer, if you want to be a good table tennis player, there is lots and lots of hard work there. And that's not easy. That's not fun. Then there will be a coach. Then there will be gym work, which most of us don't like, right? It's one thing to go and play. It's another thing to do 50 crunches and pull-ups and push-ups and stuff like that. So when we are designing a solution, we have to keep in mind that it has to minimize this pain. It has to minimize this discipline, which is absolutely necessary for us to be good sports people. If you think of human beings as it evolved, and some of you or many of you would have known theories of evolution, they said that we all evolved from that single cell organism. And what was the organism trying to do? At a very simple function, the organism was trying to think that there is a source of food. How much energy will I get from the food, and how much energy will I spend to get the food? And if the energy that I spend to get the food was lower than the energy that I get from the food, I will go. Otherwise, I will not go. This is the heart of what we call selfish behavior of individuals. All of us, consciously or unconsciously, are making that calculation. What is in it for me? And hence, we have to make things easier for people if we want to make them do something. We are naturally, let me tell you this, and some of you sitting in the front may not agree with me, we are not naturally inclined to work hard. We are not naturally inclined to play. Why? Because it spends energy. And our system is designed to conserve energy most of the time. Unless and until you are showing it an incentive. If you show me an incentive that if you do this, then you will gain something, then I'm willing to spend that energy. Right? So I'm simplifying a very, very complex world by telling you that, one, fundamentally, we are designed to be lazy. Fundamentally, we are designed to conserve energy. And you can only break that if you can create an incentive for it. Right? If you can only play into some kind of gain. Right? So that's very basic of designing any solution for a problem. Understand the difficulty and try and see how you can deal with these two aspects of it. How do I convince somebody to spend energy to do certain activities, and what is a suitable incentive mechanism? One, I want you to stay for a while. Think about it. The second one is that if we really want to create a country where lots of people are playing and we become a sporting nation, it's a very systemic change. And hence we have to think long term. And we have to think in terms of why are we into sports? Why are we playing it? Are we playing it to win a match? Are we playing it to show in some social media that I have done this one? I am very happy to inform you that I am part of this team. I am representing India, whatever. All of these are good things. Or are we doing this to be fundamentally healthy and fit? When you chase an objective, again, go back to what I told you before. You are chasing an objective because it incentivizes you. It's essentially short term or maybe medium term. But when you're talking about fitness, it's a very continuous activity. There is no end to it. Till the day you are alive, you have to be fit. So some very famous person said that in life there are two kinds of games. One is a finite game, one is an infinite game. In finite game you compete. There is a beginning, there is an end. You win, you lose. But the most useful games for us are infinite games, where you take part. And you take part simply because the goal is a continuous goal. Absolutely. Right? So being healthy, being fit is one such goal. I mean, as I grew up, and as I told you, I was never a really a competitive athlete or a sports person by any stretch of imagination, but I kind of picked up amateur running as one of my habits. And I had a very short-term goal when I took it. I said that, well, I want to lose some weight. And I want my blood reports to look a little better, because I had a blood test and the blood reports were not showing that great. Right? Some of the doctors were saying, you need to either be careful about your food or do some exercise and stuff like that. So I started running with a very short-term objective of losing weight, improving my blood report. Both the things happened. But over a period of time, I discovered that it is actually a very, if I look at it from a very long-term perspective, only then I can inculcate it as a habit. And thankfully now I have been now running for at least as a very regular amateur runner, nowhere anywhere at the top, but certainly doing my stuff for the last 15 years. Right? On an average, I do about 3,000 kilometers a year, which not many people would do, I guess. So I can kind of take some satisfaction out of that. But there is no immediate objective. And it is not easy. Waking up in a morning, removing those temptations. Sometimes I do fall prey to temptation. Last night I was watching a movie on Geo Hotstar. I should have gone to bed at 10 o'clock because I had to wake up in the morning and run. But I was watching a movie. It was not good. But I have a run to do. I have a race to take part, or an organized event to take part in middle of February. And my coach has been threatening me that if I am unable to complete that run, he will actually downgrade me in terms of what I do, etc., etc. So I had that fear. So I kind of somehow managed to wake up this morning. What I'm trying to tell you here is that short-term objectives are very useful. We have to have that. Those are finite games. But more useful is that long-term orientation. That am I being healthy? And also that is where I some time back heard Sawmill and his team talking about it, that how when children take part in sports, their academic performance improves. That's so obvious, isn't it? I mean, when we are healthy, a sound mind dwells in a healthy body or something. A lot of people have said that. So that's absolutely critical. And sports also give us a lot of skills which becomes very important later in life. How do you accept losses? How do you deal with teams? How do you understand others? How do you lead people? So life skills in terms of leadership, in terms of team building, in terms of simple interpersonal skills. Great tennis players would come and say that, that handshake after the match is very important. Because when you are shaking the hand of the opponent, that helps you to get over the feeling of either have lost or won. Because otherwise, you will not be a great player in the next match. So when you are shaking the hand, you are actually saying, well, it was a contest. You won, I lost, or I won, you lost. Doesn't matter, folks. We are in it together. And we will again meet in some other match. That's the long-term thinking. Right? That's what makes you a fit person, a healthy person, a healthy individual, and a valuable, I would say, citizen of this country. And that's what the larger objective is. So think long-term. Think long-term. Think how do you develop this habit. And finally, my favorite, Somil and team has heard this before, and this is more for the parents. If you want your kids to play, you better start playing. Be a role model. Why do we listen to teachers, if at all? Because we think they know something better than us, right? They have already studied those subjects and they would be able to tell us a lot. Your most inspirational teachers, you will remember, are those who are role models for you. You loved something about them. Maybe the way they spoke, the way they carried themselves, way they prepared, way they explained. That's why you loved them. That's why whatever they said, you want to believe in. Yeah. Are not popular because they teach you techniques, but because they inspire. So, as parents, we also need to do that. We need to inspire, and the best way to inspire is to be a role model. So, if your parents are asking you to play, you should also encourage them to play, because then your parents will also remain healthy. They will also be able to accompany you, and if they're accompanying you to somewhere, encourage them to play. That's fun. I had one of my friends whose son is a very active swimmer. My friend did not know swimming at all. And one day my friend's son grabbed him and said, "Dad, why don't you also get into the pool?" I don't know how to swim. It's okay. So what? I'm not asking you to be an Olympic champion, but learn to swim. And my friend suddenly discovered that swimming is also fun. Till that time, he was all focused on telling his son how to be a great swimmer, and we used to pull his legs saying, "You yourself don't know swimming, how are you going to tell your son to be a great swimmer?" But I think what he did, what his son did for him, was actually to make him show a path of health. That is a very big contribution as a child to the parent. So, whichever way you are, you must have the family itself to be very sporting oriented, and which means a lot of responsibility also on the parents, over and above a lot of responsibility they already have, is to be healthy, play themselves, be an absolute role model. So, three things I said. One, appreciate the difficulty of doing all of that stuff. Physical activity is difficult, especially in a disciplined manner. And hence, whenever we are designing a solution for any,
Thank you, bro.
To performance. Talk to us about that and any other opening comments you want to make on this.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Samuel, for inviting me to this, not just a panel discussion, but I think be one of the judges for the national finals. So, pollution is now, I think, a here and now problem. We see this especially in India, especially you see it in the Delhi, the NCR regions. I'm sure some of the schools here possibly are from those parts of India, and the impact is real because the basic air, the basic water that the air that we breathe and the water that we consume, right, has a long-term impact, and it's so much more on children, on para-athletes who are, already have compromised respiratory systems, as well as in women, because women have 3 times more likelihood of getting asthma compared to the other genders. So these problems are, we need to have policies in place to not just tackle it short term, but for long term. Some of the solutions I proposed in my article as well were, with respect to schools, were possibly having, when the AQI levels, that's the air quality index, goes beyond safe limits, possibly the schools could then have opt for indoor play, right, or have other options. You could also opt for timings during the day, like maybe early mornings when there's less pollution. In fact, there are buffer zones, green buffer zones that some countries have, mandated around stadiums, so that there's less of traffic and as well as factories. So essentially, having those green buffer zones help. So there are multiple solutions. I think being creative, because this pollution problem won't go away immediately, but as Saurabh too has mentioned, there are short-term solutions. There are also long-term solutions. So policy should look at the long term. The short term would be more of how schools could possibly incorporate a more safer, air quality or water quality for the kids to play.
Interesting, thank you. Just to stay with you, any thoughts on, typically, and you are part of Takshashila, which is a think tank, what comes in the way when it comes to taking ideas to execution, and specifically around getting kids to play, if at all?
Right. I think we need to keep in mind, and I would want to kind of bring in the framework of the Samaj Sarkar Bazaar. So when we look at the Samaj, which is all of us, society, children, parents, our extended networks, the community basically, and then we have the Sarkar, which is the government, which looks at the policies at a high level. And remember, sports is a state subject, right? So when the government is making these policies at the federal level, we need to remember the states to have as much agency to decide what best works for them locally. And when you're looking at locally, we're looking at the state, and then we're looking at the city level, and the district level, and then you're going down. So the solution should be, I would say, and of course, the third pillar that I missed out was the bazaar, which is the markets, which essentially drives everything, right? So markets has the incentives there for the markets is to make profit, right? Whereas for the government, it's going to be more of ensuring equity is in place. So all these three pillars have to work, or agents of change have to work hand in hand. And bringing in those changes are not easy because at the government level, equity is something that they look at, which means that they're not a profit-making organization at all, right? The government is looking at trying to see that the social value is spread across. So when we ask for the government for help, I think we need to be careful what we ask for, because many of the solutions could be more local, could be resolved locally. The government has bigger problems to solve, especially when it comes to sports. It might not be their priority. They have, poverty. India more than 20% below poverty. There's healthcare. There's jobs to be created. So the sports. How can we bring in sports as an enabler is what we should look at. But broadly, I would say many of the solutions should be more at the micro level rather than looking at the government always finding those solutions.
Interesting. So solutions are near me and around me, not necessarily. Let me go to Deepika, and I think this Samaj Sarkar Bazaar is from your part of the world. And there's also this notion that we've experienced that when we go out and talk about getting kids to play, and suddenly we are told, hey, there's poverty levels and hunger levels, it almost feels frivolous to ask. It almost feels that, what are you saying? The kids are not eating, and you're saying kids should play. So how do you? And I know you have this Bachpan Manao campaign that you anchor, and you now recently had this Makarla Habba at the Bangalore Habba. So how, and specifically from philanthropy context that you come from a extra perspective, which is not government, but which is more social, if you will. How do you balance this notion of what problems need to get solved, and how do you kind of get this the importance we think it deserves?
There are so many layers to this question, I think. But let's start with basics. Sometimes policy actually gives you the way in ways that you don't realize it does. I work at Ekstep Foundation. I lead an initiative called Bachpan Manao. Bachpan Manao is essentially an initiative which is focused on giving a message to adults. Because children actually know to play. Who's getting in the way of it? The intent of Bachpan Manao is really to bring attention to the first 8 years of childhood and how children learn through play to recognize that. Now, why I bring this point up is why we felt the need to have a conversation around this concept of learning and play in the early years is based on policy. The National Education Policy has centralized the role of play in learning. Now, if we were looking for permissions, it's not an either or. Let me solve for poverty first and then come to play second. No, we are finding more and more that there are enough policy levers that have actually addressing that question for you. There are enough policy levers that have centralized the importance of play and learning, have actually created the requirement for it even as you go into higher education. So to that extent, I want to say the framework has been created. It's up to us how we choose to use it. How we choose to use it, what levers you push, what incentives you actually, how you want to use that to make governments hear you and actually prioritize, help prioritize. It's no longer, I don't believe we are fighting that battle anymore. But actually the real battle we are fighting is one of mindset. How we culturally don't value it. And that's where the problem starts. Whether when we expect a 3-year-old to pick up a pencil and write, but actually the fact that a 3-year-old is playing in mud is building their hands to become the 6-year-old or a 7-year-old who can write. We don't recognize the value of that. What's the mindset problem we are dealing with? Your hands are going to get dirty, you're going to get sick, your clothes will get dirty. You're dealing with all the challenges and the problems and the inconveniences of the adult versus the joy, the value and the importance of play for children. So essentially, a lot of our work as a philanthropy has been focused on the conversation on why this is important, why culturally we have to embrace it loudly, clearly, and more than anything else, um, listen to the voices of play. And we believe that the voices of play are the voices of children, because there is no bigger advocate for play than the child. It's so instinctive for children that if we are not able to see it, there's a problem in the way we are seeing growth. So that's sort of the range that we play. I think, therefore, the narrative is not about convincing the adult why play is important, create more space for it. It's about actually, maybe we have to shift it to the lens in which we are seeing growth and learning. And that's the sort of essence of it. It's not an either or. Make it natural, embrace the natural, make that aspirational. And that's essentially the story of Bachpan Manao. And when you asked about Makla Haba, it was about actually using a space like Freedom Park, which is in the center of Bangalore city, and to create play experiences for across age groups, which was free, open, natural. People could try things, families came and did things together. The idea of picking up a sport that Sarah was talking about for the adult, but suddenly there's a space in which adults and children are all playing together. Whether it's a game or a puzzle or running around or doing something, exploring nature, recognizing play in its broadest sense was how we wanted to bring it alive in the city, and Maklahaba was an example of doing that. I'm kind of hoping that we simplify this a little bit for ourselves. There are often enough many reasons not to do something. Perhaps the only reason to do it is that it's actually fun. And maybe that's good enough.
The adult world normally has a problem with the word fun.
Yeah, that's an adult problem. That's really what I'm saying.
The problem is with the adults.
Only.
I think the kids agree with that, right?
Yeah, just
problem is with the adults.
it's mostly the adults. I want to make one last point. I think we were doing a session in the middle of Maklahaba and brought a bunch of 12 adults who work in early childhood social sector. We actually wrote them to, we gave one prompt and asked them to write a letter. The prompt is this: it's not about bringing up better children, it's about what kind of an ancestor you will be remembered as. So maybe if the adult were to actually think of it that way, we would deal with the issues of pollution differently, we would think of space differently, because you don't want to be the person who's messed things up for the kids and don't want to be remembered like that.
Amen to that. So before I move to Sapna, I know some of you kids might find it difficult to believe, but all the adults are just grown-up kids. I mean, I just want to, we are all your age, younger, we played, we did all the stupid things and maybe more stupid things than you've done or will ever do. Or continue. Now we have money and resources to do it. But Sapna is a great example. She's also an IIM alum, but she has a great example of somebody who started playing as an adult. Right, and also has won a medal at the Commonwealth level in bowling for India. And one of the examples that you mentioned is how you won because there was an element of fun that came together in this thing. Plus, any other opening comments you want to make?
Am I audible? Yeah. So yes, that particular medal-winning event. So we were actually having a very busy season for 2 years. I think we were training for the Asian Games, and that went okay. But it was a very grueling season, and that would end with this particular Commonwealth Championship. And we were again doing okay. So India as a nation in that sport is an upcoming country, and every year we show improvement, but we are like incrementally showing improvement. But that was the last event, a team of 4. And I think by then everybody knew this was the last event for the season. Everybody was tired, but we wanted to give your best. And we were a motley group of people across age groups, mid-30s down to 20-year-old. And with great pride, even today I say it's that 20-year-old who really, decided to just throw caution to the wind. He really was the joker in the pack for us. He kept our spirits high. He actually even sort of reconfigured that entire Shah Rukh Khan speech from Chak De India, that ye 70 minute became ye 6 games for us because we had to play 6 games. And everything was pretty much, force fitted from that movie onto that. Every shot we played. In fact, he even told the coach to get out. He just said, "Sir, just go. I'm
He was
handling
having fun.
this." Yeah. So, and it really brought a lot of levity to a very tired season. We were keen, and I think pretty much like what Saurav said, I was when you were having your TT match, you thought you would lose, and I think we weren't really expecting to do anything but give our best. And then at the midway point, we realized we are on the cusp of something. And our federation head, who also realized we're on the cusp of something, and we had a long break, so he took us away from the glare, sort of just again kept the atmosphere light, and got us back. And yeah, it was a moment to remember actually. Yeah. So yeah, I did start as an adult, and I think that's also an interesting thing, because yes, as a child, I don't think I showed any major sporting tendencies, but I have followed sport. I have probably wanted to play some sport, but whatever reasons, the conditions were then that I did not play as much. As an adult, when I discovered I could do this and I could be independent about how I go about this, I think that shaped a lot of how I played this sport. I think if there are such enablers at a younger level, that would be really great. And maybe segueing to the topic, some of the thoughts I had in mind are, so I think we discussed this a bit earlier on also, but space enablement is a big topic, and I know that you're working towards it. But apart from that, if we even put other private players into this picture who try to create spaces, they tend to go towards the affluenter pockets in terms of people who can probably pay for some of these spaces. And that's probably great for those people, but it doesn't really create equity in the child density mapping of the region. So if there is some way to sort of, solve that, and I know that's a larger picture in terms of policymakers, municipal, corporations, etc., but it's something to think about. The other thing is we spoke about academics, and as academics increase over time, unfortunately, play and fun becomes the first casualty in a limited, finite time. And I think that is something we all have to be aware of, maybe at the school level. In fact, my children's school, actually, they have their games and their gymnastics, but the first hour after they enter the gates, after the gates close, is actually about play. There is the first assembly happens, an hour after the gates close, and that first hour is only about just having some constructed, it's a combination of structured and unstructured play, and it's become a very normalized part of their routine, and it's something we really appreciate a lot about that particular school. Things like in the nursery level, playing with mud and stuff, and they basically, after it's not about writing correctly, but it's about getting your motor skills. So ring fencing a time at maybe an educational level or at a parental level, where you just go down. I don't want to see your face for an hour, just go down. Something like that would be great. Um, yeah, I think these are some of the infrastructural things that would get. The other one point I wanted to say is the other way to create pull perhaps is to also normalize and maybe elevate the entire workforce who work in the play industry, and this includes something as simple as a physical education teacher. I think I read in one of your surveys that there is a tendency to not accord it as much elevation as the profession could. I think if we can create that mindset that anybody who's working in this industry is an equally important contributing member of society, and therefore there's a future in it, it helps with the pull. I think right now we still have that mindset that unless you're going to become a Virat Kohli, it's not worth it, and I think that's not the answer. Those are my thoughts. Yeah.
No, thank you. And I think you also spoke once about, since you mentioned PE teacher, how you had an informal teacher in your colleague who helped you stay in bowling, right?
Yes.
And so I think that's a missing piece as well, that when you pick
Yes.
up a sport, you also need somebody who's willing to teach you, not
Yes.
coach you. Coaching implies performance, teaching implies just helping you have fun and you stay in the process.
Yes. So yeah, when I started, I was equally like a newbie. I was throwing the ball everywhere. It's pretty much onto the sides. And actually, I went with a colleague who said, let's just go for a break. And then basically, I think she didn't want to be disturbed in playing her game, so she actually just called a lane marshal over and said, just show her, right? And then he, that lane marshal just gave me some basics, right? And then I realized things were working. And I think, yeah, that was the start of my career in the sport. It just so happened, this was in Chennai. And that same colleague who put me onto this lane machine, and I actually won an inter corporate tournament, that year. Got a lot of vouchers which took care of my apparel needs for the year. So very thrilled, and I think that was probably the one of real incentive for me to continue. But yeah, I think it was about chance. If that outing had not happened, I would not have the privilege of going through this experience.
Yes. Talking of teachers, let's move to somebody who's in the whole profession of teaching a generation of kids. Abhishek Bakshi, apart from being a president and leader of school for across Pune, Bangalore, and Calcutta that I know you from, you also say AI for education researcher, and we keep hearing AI a lot. So apart from any other thoughts you have, I'm curious to see if you think AI can help get more kids to play.
Okay. Good morning, each and everyone present here. Before I go to the topic, let me tell you, my journey started with sports. Like, I'm born in a sports family. My father was a sportsman, and for a short period of time, I also played a lot of sports, representing my country. Once upon a time in football, because I'm from Kolkata, so it's like a compulsory to play.
You had to play football.
So, in a way, like, my father dragged me onto the field for a few, and then I shifted to cricket and all because that was a more glamorous sports. Okay? So, coming back to the question, Shomil, I'll agree with Dean Saurabh sir. Like, technology has made us lazy, and that's the purpose of technology mostly. And all technology, when he started like with heavy machines, or we outsourced the labor. Later on, when he started with the more memory, computer chips, we outsourced the memory. That means outsource the knowledge almost. And now we are standing in such an interesting junction that we are started outsourcing decisions. That is outsourcing the intelligence. A very interesting point. But to answer your question, that how can AI be an enabler rather than making us more lazy? I think there are we can actually jot down four ways that we can do it. The first two a little abstract, but I'm sure that that will be the future which is coming up. I was discussing with Vinod today in the morning. Uh, when we create scenarios, because my research topic is impact of AI in education. So when we create scenarios, we understood that the, there will be opportunities where AI will make us so lazy that we'll require to create parallel sports curriculum inside the school. So what I'm trying to say is,
so we will play more because AI will do all the other work.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I like that solution.
So it will minimize our work so much that we will actually require to bring back sports, which is already we are talking in NCF, we are talking in any other document whenever we are gathering as an educator. We are talking about the topic like how can we create a better sports curriculum, or how can the sports be more integrated, and specifically play. That word is like a very important word in the whole scenario of education. So yes, I think in next 5 to 10 years, most of our work will be automated, starting from labor to knowledge to even intelligence. So we will require play to bring back our the will or to prevent the gray cells to become more grayer. Okay, so we need to bring back play into the system, whether it is a child or an adult. That is the first point. The second is, of course, there will be opportunity to utilize AI to create a better system of play. Why? What I'm trying to say is, like, many of our mundane work, including the type of homeworks or type of work that the students do, can be flipped and can be created into a more interactive automatic system. The more we do that, they save time, and more they save time, they can utilize it for play. So yes, so we can use technology to create that system. And third is definitely an AI can become your personal coach, right? So fortunately, sports is the only domain where we still have personal coach even if we become an adult, right? Virat Kohli may be the best batsman in the world, but he has his personal coach. That is not applicable to any other profession. Most of the professions, they don't have that, unfortunately. I hope that the best of the doctors also have a personal coach. it's actually required. But unfortunately, that is not happening. So sports is showing the way. Like an AI can be that personal coach where you can have an AI bot with you. Okay, and I'm already doing it for my learning part. But I after this session, I would be also creating that bot and that agent into to do my personal health benefits and involve me into more into play. And I think that's highly possible. In near future, we're going to have those kind of bots which will be helping us to have a healthier life, to live a healthier life. And the last but not the least is like play involves a lot of strategies. So definitely an AI will contribute a lot when it comes to strategy. And by strategy, I'm not only talking about an international match getting played, but also even like how can you involve the game theory and everything into your learning, including the play, the favorite sports. Each and everyone sitting here, the audience has got a favorite sport. So involve the favorite sport to create better strategies. And their AI will be a great help, right? They can actually create a lot of intellectual benefit while using the AI. So yes, I think the four, right from a very abstract thought that okay, AI will make us more lazy, so we need to go back to the field again. So and to a more strategic application of AI, I think that's the journey that we can look forward to.
Oh, that's fascinating. Vinod calls you a disruptor. Now I see why Vinod calls you a disruptor. Moving to Vinod, you've been a supporter of getting kids to play with us for last now 12 years or more. So
13 to be
13
precise.
years. Oh, wow. And you also spend time convincing parents and other stakeholders about why play is important, sports is part of education. Talk to us about your learnings and anything specific that you think we can help convert these ideas into action.
So a large part of my learning comes from children. And every day that I walk into a school, the first thing that I do is I take random children, 10, 12 of them, and I sit with them. And the first question that I ask them is, what can I do better at school? And that throws you the kind of ideas or feedback that comes through. Because most often than not, all of us go to the school heads, go to the principals, go to the teachers, go to the coordinators and talk to them. You get the roundabout story. Children throw eye openers.
What do they say? Stop school? What do they say?
No, the common complaint across geographies, across schools, is that our sports period is taken up by either your math teacher or your science teacher. So whosoever they are in this audience, if there are any, please my apologies to them.
Kids, is that correct? Your sports period is getting taken up?
Yeah. Any child here who will disagree? Yeah.
Oh, everybody's agreeing.
So I guess if that's one of the reasons children hate math, then you have the answer out there. But coming back to that, and that's where my realization started of saying that the first thing that is sacrificed every time in terms of this pursuit of academic excellence is the fact that sport is given the kind of backseat. And that's when we started reinventing our entire curriculum to ensure that there are mandatory 2 sports that every child starts with, and then also build it on with what you at Sportz Village do with us in terms of ensuring that to play a sport, what is more important is that the child needs to have the stamina, the ability, and the agility. Otherwise, it's very simple to say that child will go and play 45 minutes of football. The child can't run 5 rounds around a simple football court. Those are the kind of insights that we have taken to play. Another critical insight that we also developed is I was reading this UNICEF report, which kind of also backed up what I was thinking, is the fact that it's very surprising that 35 countries in the world don't use play, which at the pre-primary level. So pre-primary level, play becomes very, very important. I think some of the panelists were saying, play with mud, hand play itself is not used in the curriculum. So the parent mindset also starts as until grade 5, khelo kudo in the typical Indian sense. And then once something happens at grade 6 and everybody is supposed to get into the serious mode, everybody is going to be here, an engineer, a doctor, and that's when this entire paradigm changes of sport not being any more important. So while they've been I also hear that, while policies are there, I think implementation also becomes very, very important. I think one of the key things that we can do, there have been a lot of programs that have been done. For example, if I look at the midday meal scheme, what did it do? It basically brought children to school, started in TN and then kind of moved it forward. I'm saying you have 1.5 million schools today in the country. 42,000 of them are these private schools. 1 million schools. All that the government needs to do is maybe sacrifice one road project and say, can I give this money to just building sports infrastructure in schools? And you will see that FIFA, in fact, does a very beautiful program. They've seen that 61% improvement in student outcomes in terms of learning with sport being introduced into the curriculum. And the fact that you have sports brings more attendance into school than the other way around. I think so. These are some of the learnings that I have, over the last 13 years been able to kind of assimilate.
Thank you. Very fascinating. Vijay, sorry, last but not the least, Vijay, we've spoken a lot about this Indian context, if I may, here. And you are here also as a sports researcher, not just a co-author. What's happening outside India? I keep hearing India is broken, but look outside. Look how it's happening outside. Are there some learnings from outside India?
Sure. Thanks. Good morning to all children. It's nice to be here. So, Somal, I think two, three things. There are some good solutions, and then there are some common problems around the world, right? So, a good solution that I think through research that I found was in UK. I think they deliberately, I think this was sometime back though, I think when Tony Blair was the PM, they created something called the PESCL framework, which is Physical Education, School, Sport, Club Links. So the acronym was PESSCL. And I think they didn't even want to do something complex. They just said a 2-mile radius. If you have a couple of schools, if you have some sports club, streets, can we just maximize what we have? And surprisingly, they found that, sometimes like when teachers, they're waiting in the PE class in school, so the club facility is unused, or vice versa. So what they did is, it was like a district card kind of thing, just like we have apartment resident card. Imagine you given for like a 2-mile radius, let's say for a pin code kind of thing. And anyone was just allowed to just, if you didn't find the school infra, go to the club or do this, play whatever you want and all that. So they got all the people to gather to just, and it was just the will to, making it happen. And they tied it to the NHS, and they found out that just increasing, just inspiring kids or just adding one additional PE period in a school and then allowing or picking up a sport, had like massive benefits, right? Like I think some 400 million pounds, and they were actually, hospitals having kids going with obesity is not even supposed to happen. The true patients who are suffering from other things are the ones. Otherwise, they're being a burden on the healthcare, right? So that's one really good, simple one, easily implementable. You don't even have to wait for a government. I keep saying I'm in an apartment committee. Can we do it in the apartment? As simple as that. And I can't tell you 13 members, I can't tell you how complex it gets. I can only imagine what the government and the thing is. So I've actually tried to, just like you got kids here, I've tried to get a couple of kids into the committee, and there's been so much resistance getting kids into it. But like I was telling, Malti and Deepika outside, the kids have like the correct on-ground data. If you say, there's a doggy park open space there, but we can just make it a pickleball court, let's say. So the kids are ready. They have like, disposable net. They're saying, some adult is saying, no, you're not supposed to do that there, right? Because between 3:30 and 5:30 and all that, there are a couple of kids who will come and say, no, uncle, at 3:30, this person doesn't come. I can tell you 3:30, like they have the exact data, and actually the pickleball happened. The problem with adults was something else, by the way. The ball should not go there. It had nothing to do with space.
Shouldn't break my window.
Yeah, break window. In fact, windows are not being broken enough, which is a sad problem, right? It would have been better. So
glass industry is complaining.
So that's from a easily doable. The one that's common global problem across, like when we spoke to Dr. Selek or Professor Goldman, is I think the penetration of smartphone and screen time is a severe problem across. I think it's a humanity problem. It has nothing to do. And all of us adults also have to take blame for it. Like Saurav was mentioning about getting tempted to watch a movie and screen time and role modeling kind of thing, right? I think parents need to think how much they are on the phones and screens when kids are around. And it's hard on kids when parents say don't do it and they move on to the next message on the phone. So I think that's a prevalent problem across. there's no like solution. I think self-regulation is the only solution.
So it sounds like India is not the only country facing this problem. The problems are global.
Definitely.
I mean, if that's some solace that we are not the only bad ones.
And I think one last point is, in general, playing for playing versus for competitions is a crazy thing now, right? I mean, space, when we talk about, I think clearly what we've lost is the street. I think we've lost the space outside the home. I think that, and interestingly, as much as we're aiming for medals and all that, when we were kids, for example, in our age group, I don't even think Indians won so many Olympic medals, but the number of kids who played were way higher. Now the whole thing is reverse.
We're winning medals, but kids
kids are not playing. So it's a crazy situation actually, and the grassroots is where the numbers are higher. So if enough kids are not playing, I don't think 5 medals becoming 10 medals, if it's not changing anything in the grassroots, it has lost its meaning.
Interesting. We're going to kids. We're going to let you ask some questions if you have any. But before that, on your point, my son recently, he's just turned 20, renegotiated his monthly allowance with me, saying that I go to play 10 times in a month football, and it costs like $500 to book this thing plus $20, $30 auto and all that. And so much of my money is already gone in playing. So that became the basis to renegotiate, and I couldn't say no to it. I mean, it's just the reality that, and it also means that there's a cutoff that's happening financially. That's only to a certain. Only if you're able to pay so much can you play. Otherwise, the play spaces are inaccessible.
Sorry, I'll just add one thing. One thing that we all also need to realize is that schools as such, because we manage them, they're least sweated assets. School runs at, I mean, let's take Bangalore example. I know school starts here at 7 also, but I'm saying 9 to 3. And after that, it's an open pace of, I mean, infrastructure that is just lying there unused. And each school has so much of infrastructure already built in terms of sports facility. And these are in neighborhoods. See, I don't build a school 50 kilometers away that a child has to travel 50 kilometers. Every person or every school owner, everybody who wants to open a school wants to open it in the most dense neighborhood, because the drive time to school is 5 kilometers or not more. And then you're sitting with this asset which is padlocked and a security guard who's shooing you away. I mean, that's what is one of our initiatives, which is where we want to say, why don't you use our sports facility? It's not that you're going to break it, damage it, or do something. There are some rules by which you need to perform, but beyond that, absolutely okay. I think that's one thing we should also work on.
Yeah, that's great. So, kids, we have researchers, we have educationists, principals, we have corporate professionals, we have people from philanthropy and policy, think tanks. You folks have any questions? Anything that you think adults should do? Oh, there's a grown-up kid that has a question. That's it. Grown-up kid is a question. Or his daughter maybe.
So I have a question from Deepika ji. You mentioned very briefly that nowadays the problem with adults is overthinking about whether it is overthinking or reality. Hygiene, that physical getting dirty, hygiene over there in terms of infection and mitti lag jayegi and all those things. And and safety also. Many a times when kids go out nowadays to play, there is a safety issue. So how as an adult parents could be convinced that or a safer community can be evolved around the neighborhoods, and this paradigm shift in parents also?
There are two ways to solve it. One is, of course, I've come to realize, talking with children and talking with parents and adults, your framework for what is safe, what is okay, what is not okay is very variable.
Actually,
so any solution I give or even suggest actually is not going to work for everyone, because it is variable for you. It is very personal.
it is very variable.
It is very variable. So therefore the point is, what do you value? So let's flip the question, right? Why do I need to convince you this is important? The question is, what do you value? What should you value? You should value childhood. You do, I mean, one thing parents really and teachers also, and all adults actually are focused on, if we were to think about the idea of what is a thriving childhood, what is the environment in which a childhood can thrive, whether it's your apartment complex or whether it's the street or your school, what are those conditions for thriving childhood, and that becomes a norm in conversation, then you're changing the conversation. Then you'll find the solutions. Like that child who said, between 4 and 5, we can play pickleball because the dogs are not going to come or nothing else is going to happen. People will find their solutions. I'll give you a very simple example. In Maklahaba, there was a massive sand pit created. It was actually a red mud pit. As dirty as it could be, it's dirtier than sand. Quite deliberately designed like that. So that you could actually go through the barriers of, oh, sand is okay, get dirty, right? I'll give you an example of what this little mother did. She had her child in a white t-shirt and jeans. Tiny 3-year-old fellow, okay? Suddenly I find the t-shirt is gone. Why? Because she says the white t-shirt will get dirty, but he wants to play. She, in that moment, valued the idea and the importance for her child to play. She made a choice then. She found her solution, she did it, allowed it. So therefore, if we make enough noise about what we value as a society, people will find the solutions which fit their variable risks and worries. That's the only answer I can think about.
I think Sportz Village can make that noise louder somehow. It can grow from here.
That's
सर
exactly
23
what-
साल से तो चिल्ला रहे हैं अभी
और भी, I mean, actually build on the work with 20 साल से जो ये चिल्ला रहे हैं, सबको चिल्लाना चाहिए. सबको चिल्लाना चाहिए. Last point I want to make is we've been talking to children around the country very much like them, but we actually also talk to a lot of young children, the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds. There's a 6-year-old child who said, and her name is Bhumi, she was from Tamil Nadu, she spoke in Tamil in one of our conferences on Voices of Play. And she said something I will never forget. She said, just because I will fall, and she said this in Tamil, it's just much more impactful in Tamil than my English translation, okay? She says, just because I will fall and get hurt, don't stop me from playing. Falling and getting hurt is part of playing. I mean, she has the wisdom.
She had more wisdom than most of the adults these days.
That's...
Yeah. Any kids? There's a kid. Yes.
So, as Deepika ma'am has mentioned, that the problem here also roots in the mindset of the parents that children should not be playing. I'm paying for you to go to school to study, so focus on that. So that's the mindset of many parents over here. And there are initiatives being made, such as Deepika ma'am has mentioned hers, of how we are trying to change the mindset of parents. Now my question is that to make such initiatives more reachable to all parents, to make them more accessible, to make the ideas of the benefits of sports, how it will boost the academics, as Vinod sir has said. So can't the awareness of parents regarding sports be integrated into the school curriculum as well? Can't the school host such events so that the parents can become aware why their child should play sports in school as well?
Parents should go to school,
I have the real estate to
Actually,
also
she is right. Before you speak, you said हम 23 साल से चिल्ला रहे हैं, but I don't think we were ever called to hear you out. I'm a parent to a student.
Sure. Good reminder.
That's why I'm telling you to write another book.
But I think it's an important reminder from a child that parents need education. The kids are not the problem here.
I think I'll take two.
Or adults. I mean, because parents tend to become adults need education.
I'll take two examples. One from my personal space, because like you, at home my son is also told the same thing. Get up, study. End of the day, reminds me of what Amir Khan said. Sab ke sab daud rahe hain. But as a part of my son's learning badminton, the same story used to happen. So I used to also sit outside and tell him, you're not playing the backhand well and all that. So he said, why do you keep coaching from outside? Why don't you come and play? So I went back and traced my roots, and I started playing badminton. Now I've done that. So I guess if I were to ask each one of you sitting in this room, the one thing you should do is goad your parent also to play with you. I think that is where, you can do a lot of things at policy level. You can do, amazing initiatives like Makkal Habba and other things. That will only push it to to a certain extent. It has to start at home. So as a child, why don't you ask your parents, "Chalo, hum log khelte hain." That's where the difference will happen. That is where the parent, like me, will put the phone aside and then walk up with the child to play, whether it is football, whether it is frisbee. You don't have to play a high velocity sport. You could play anything. It could be as simple as playing with the child in that sand pit that you want to do with your child, just filling buckets of sand. I think that's equally important. So if you ask me as children, why don't you ask your parent, why don't we play? Or ask your parent, what sport did they play? So at school, I was called the plaster man because every day I would have one plaster. So that's what falling is not a problem, is what most people say. To kind of bring the story back, I'll say if you want a grassroots movement to start, I think each one should do what my son did, saying that don't stand outside and say, and that's what Sir said as well, saying that as a parent, we need to start playing. And that's when we'll realize, saying that it's fun, it's good, and then the rest of the story kind of falls in.
Yeah.
It's a great question. I want to ask the kids here, in your assembly, you get a lot of awards are given, whether it's math Olympiad, science, all competitions you win. How many of them for sport also, if you played, not if you won, even if you participated, have you gone to the assembly, your name has been called out? Anyone here? Okay, I see a few. That's really nice, right? That's really nice. The reason I brought that up is I was one such kid at that time. Without naming the school I went to, there were a lot of scientific achievements always.
In Bangalore, we know which school that is.
So a lot of scientific achievements, and this kid went to math Olympiad and all that. There was one teacher. Luckily, I think it is serendipity. She was my class teacher. She had played like sort of saying table tennis and racket sport. She actually said, "Why only these kids? Somebody who went and represented a inter-school tournament. Why are we missing? They should also." I think that moment is still so vivid in my memory that I'm seeing alongside people who are cracking the world's best exams. Those days, I don't know if you remember NTSC, National Talents, right? And things like that. And then you're also there for a sport, right? It does something as a kid inside the school premises that you feel like, it's okay. You're also good at something. I think it's more a confidence kind of thing, like he said, playing a match. I think
This is great. Go ahead, Abhishek. I think
it's a very valid point that you said. Even not only the parents, even schools have to take a lot of initiatives. And I think all the schools sitting here deserves a round applause, because the reason why they are sitting here, because they are taking interest in the sports and they are coming and participating. I'm sure the students sitting here, including my students, I can see there are very much in sports and they are very much encouraged. So we have a system at our school that after the school there are like at least 1.5 hours or 2 hours they can free to play. Anyone can play. Like that is open for them. And we got coaches, definitely coaches coming and helping. Some coming from your organization, so they are helping us a lot. And but they are actually, we can have a structured and unstructured plan that is absolutely free for them. It's absolutely free because we know the challenges that come in when in a timetable to fit that sports and to fit that play into the timetable. So we need to create those platforms, the scope, so that the students can go and schools have to play a very important role in that.
nice. Let's come to ladies. We got 3 ideas from the gents. Swapna, you want to go first, Manti? Swapna, your idea, or any closing thought in terms of, because we're going to listen to some great solutions from these kids after this session now. What would your one recommendation be for taking any of those ideas to actual success, to actual implementation?
So I think first and foremost, I think it really comes down to the home and the family. I think if we all have that mindset that this is good, that is the first propellant. If we create an infrastructure, but your mom says you still got to study and do this, then it's just going to come to a full stop. So I think, yes, a sea change needs to come in the mindset. And parallel to that, we do need to have infrastructure. So I think we spoke about safety, right? I think it's not just about safety on the roads or stuff like that, but even our infrastructure. We need to be clear that the infrastructure is hazard free. There should be no hidden hazards. There should be regular safety audits, and these are culturally what we tend to sort of shortcut. There have been recent news of tragic, events, right? And those don't help the parents, right? The parents, therefore, are risk averse. So if we can come up with a risk management strategy around that, and then, yes, minor scrapes are absolutely fine. I think that is also on the parents. We need to know that minor scrapes are fine. You should send them back out to play and not stay protected, because that is also good learning for life. So I think that is one really big call out on the safety aspect that I was thinking about.
Thank you. Deepika? So you want to go? Go ahead, Mali. Go ahead, Mali.
No, just wanted to, while I was listening to all of you, what mentioned, and it's a valid point too, right, that you brought up, is that, and I like the fact that you were looking at solutions, right? So I want us all to always look at the glass half full. Many times when we're looking at a problem, right, we're thinking about all the issues around it, but we're not looking at the possible solutions that we could get. And that's one of the reasons why I even mentioned, though policies are top down most of the time, it could be either federal or at the state level, much of the solutions can be done by society, which is why if you even have heard of Eleanor Ostrom, right, when the tragedy of the commons, right, much of the solutions can be found locally and by those who get impacted the most by those solutions. If you're asking for others to solve it for you, it's going to be a force fit, right? So if it could be safety, possibly, or safety, or even for getting adults to be part of to play, why don't you identify a smaller group, maybe the teacher, the parents in that particular school, find like-minded people who could maybe would want to play together. You could carpool to get somewhere. They could also be part of the safety issue in terms of transportation and other things, right? So I'm just giving one solution there. So if we could look at those micro solutions, I think that's helpful. But all of us thinking of a glass half full rather than looking at it as half empty, I think is the starting point.
It's possible, yeah.
I actually want to leave with a thought rather than a suggestion. And this is just a question for all of us to think about. Play is a word. Sport is also a word. Just think about what that is and what the difference between the two is. And it's very important, I feel like, that we actually value each of those words for what they are. We tend to interchangeably use them and conflate it for everybody. So if there was one thing that I want to leave as a thought in this room, it is to say, the pitch is for play. So then what does it mean to value play? In a small way, in a daily basis, in your community, in your neighborhood, all of that, they will be signs of valuing play and small actions we can take to value play. That's what I want to leave you with. But really, 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 we should internalize the difference between play and sport.
Wonderful. On that nice note, I think it's a good reminder while we started this panel to ask adults what they should do. I think it's a good reminder that a lot of the agencies with the kids, how much can you push the system? How much can you ask of adults? How much are you able to negotiate with adults on what you want? And adults are willing to negotiate, but they need to hear from you what you want. I think that's one important message. So again, run out of time. Thank you very much, all of you, for a wonderful conversation. Thank you, everybody. Nishant, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. I invite Professor Saurav Mukherjee also on the stage. Saumil, I would like to give them a token of memento, please. Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. Now we come to the, as we say, the business end of the event, which is the Pitch for Play National Finals, where all of you will present your pitch deck presentations. I'll hand over the podium to my colleague Lenin, who will anchor the presentations piece. He will let you know about the rules, although the rules and the guidelines have already been shared, but please make sure that you maintain time and we are as per schedule. Thank you. Over to you, Lenin.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Once again, a warm welcome to all our brilliant young minds, parents, teachers, and also our guests. I'm Lennon, and I'll be presenting. I'm Lennon, and I'll be hosting the presentation part. Okay. Today, we are thrilled to witness the power of fresh ideas and great minds as our talented students take the stage to share their innovative projects. Get ready for inspiration, creativity, and maybe even a few wow moments. And team, before we dive in, a quick note on our presentation timings. Each students will have exactly 10 minutes on stage. At 8 minutes mark, a bell will be ring as a soft reminder, and 10 minutes mark, it's a hard stop. To keep things fair and on schedule, so everyone gets their spotlight. Clocks are set and we are all in this together. Ready? Without further delay, now let's kickstart things with our first presentation from Bangalore Presidency School, Banshankari. The presenters are Tanvi H.C., Srishti Baiju, Adya Arun Kumar, and M.H. Vinuday. Can I have them on stage, please? Okay. Yeah, 2 minutes. Dear students, wishing you the best, and the stage is all yours.
Just one caveat. Instead, you don't.
Check. Good morning, respected judges, fellow students, and my dear audience. I am Srishti.
I'm Vinuthan.
I'm Tanvi.
And I'm Madhya.
And we are Team Rangers from Presidency School Banashankari. And today we stand before you to present an important issue. I would like you all to take a look at the screen. Now, can you think about why we have highlighted this specific image? She is Catherine Switzer, the first ever woman to run in the Boston Marathon held in 1967. Here you can see men trying to stop her.
But she still ran. She continued her path and never let anyone stop her.
This isn't just a story. This isn't just a story. It's about breaking an invisible rule.
Because even at this age, girls face the same problem. They follow the same invisible rule, and everyone is similar.
And this is a ridiculous rule book. It's not written anywhere. It's not signed. It's not official. But we still see it followed by everyone every single day.
But what are the rules? Rule number 1, prove you belong every single day. Rule number 2, adjust yourself, not the society. Rule number 3, choose between your passion and approval by others.
Play and be judged. Quit and be accepted. And then we wonder, why do girls quit?
But let's be real. In urban schools, girls are not really said you cannot play. They are not said that you cannot go to sports, and they're not banned from sports. So the problem isn't permission. The problem is priority.
Girls are allowed to play, but the system was never planned.
Gender bias hasn't completely disappeared. It's become invisible and polite. People don't say, girls shouldn't play. They say, not now, maybe next term.
And that next term never comes. Let's see how this plays out. When exams come, what is the first thing getting cancelled? It's girls' sports.
When time becomes limited, what is considered optional? Girls' sports.
When safety concerns arise, what's temporarily paused? Not academics, not tuitions, not boys coaching. It's girls' sports.
This is our main problem, the first sacrifice problem. Girls don't drop out because they lack talent, but because the system gives up them first. Now, there are many real life examples, and some of these are these female athletes: Sita Sahu, Nisha Rani Datta, Rashmita Patra, and Nauri Mundu. They were very famous athletes, but they were forced to drop out at a very young age.
This is not just about individuals. India does not have a women in sports problem.
India has a talent leakage problem. Millions of girls enter sports, but very few reach the competition level.
Not because they quit, but because the system wasn't ever built for them to stay.
But the real question is, why does our system fail to retain women's sports under pressure?
That brings us to our solution.
Our solution is play to prove.
Play to Prove is a 3-month initiative, school-based pilot that makes girls' participation non-negotiable.
Month 1. This is where most girls drop out. Setup and trust.
We conduct
We identify 30 to 40 girls from grades 6 to 9. And because participation sharply drops during this ages due to societal pressure and denying permission.
We conduct a parent orientation focused only on safety, academic balance, and long-term benefits of sports.
We don't ask people to care more. We redesign the system so that dropping out becomes impossible.
The output for month 1 is simple: permission, trust, and buy-in from girls and parents alike. Month 2 is active play. Now that the girls have started playing, we make sure that they want to stay.
Representation isn't symbolic here, it's strategy.
If parents don't trust the system, girls will never get to enter it.
Next up, we have a survey that we personally conducted in real time, and when we looked at the results, we realized that girls only sports make girls feel more comfortable in participating. If sports were like planned regularly and we had specific times for them, then we would have more people participate. And then, what mainly affects girls' decision to participate in sports? Let me guess: fear of judgment and academic pressure. We can hold girls only sessions twice per week. No comparison, no judgment, just consistency. Then there are very simple solutions. No excuses and no crores spent at all.
Safety matters, but stopping girls' sports completely isn't safety, it's exclusion.
We also conduct baseline surveys measuring confidence, willingness to participate, and previous exposure to sports.
Month 3 is visibility and measurement. We can hold friendly matches between girls without the pressure, without the competition, and no ranking. Just participation and fun. This improves their confidence and also helps promoting the participation stats.
We include one interaction with female athlete, not a celebrity talk, it's a real conversation.
Instead of cancelling sports, we shift the training to daylight hours and under supervised areas.
Our solution works because it doesn't just ask girls to be brave. So, Play to Prove is low cost and has a lot of feasibility. It does not require new infrastructure to be created. It repurposes existing infrastructure into new facilities and proper sports facilities.
We also conduct a post-program survey and compare it with the baseline. The confidence and the participation and the willingness to continue. So it's not compulsory. You can, the girls who have opted, who have discovered their potential can go ahead with this.
Attendance is tracked to check the patterns, not to punish.
And remember, girls don't quit sports because they are weak, but because fighting society is often harder than the game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. So once again, can you give them a round of applause, please? So up next, we have a school from Delhi, Paul George Global School, and the presenters are Sanvi Arora, Namonil Malik.
We will begin in 3, 2, 1. Play is not a distraction from education, it is the foundation of a balanced, resilient life. Greetings, respected judges, dear parents and teachers, and our fellow worthy opponents. In today's world, students are under immense academic pressure. Long study hours, endless homework, coaching classes, constant examinations.
In this race for academic excellence, sports and play are often left aside and viewed as distractions. This leads to us raising children who can solve equations but not stress.
Now the question becomes, what's the solution? Well, we have one prepared and it's simple, structured and scalable. It integrates purposeful play and sports into the regular school timetable as an essential part of education and not a distraction. It uses play as a tool for better academic performance, for better physical and mental being of the students, and holistic development.
Through structured sports sessions led by trained coaches, students are engaged in various physical activities that build discipline, focus, teamwork, and resilience. These sessions are limited and aligned to the school schedules, ensuring academics are not compromised, rather they are supported. Let us now walk through the roadmap. To ensure practicality, we propose a 3-month pilot that ensures accountability, clarity, and measurable outcomes. The first month focuses on preparation, where orientation sessions for teachers and parents are conducted, and a protected play slot is finalized in the school timetable.
There will be formation of student, parent and school committees to ensure that students get a major say-so in what goes on in their school, because this system is being formulated for them. Next, there will be improvement in sports infrastructure, whether it is the purchasing of sports equipment or hiring of sports coaches. Finally, there will be collection of base data such as the student attendance level and stress levels to get an overall idea of the sports and situation of the school. Month 2 is dedicated to execution. There will be starting of the multi-sport exposure sessions till grade 8, where children will try different kind of sports such as team games and martial arts to understand what their interests and strengths are. By grade 9, they will specialize in 1 or 2 sports as per their aptitude and strength to give us specialized excellence. There will be announcement of recognition, incentives, house points and rewards to keep students motivated throughout this entire process, because the main goal of this plan is to make students participate in sports regularly. Next, there will be the implementing of sporting examples in the classroom. For example, in maths, we can teach statistics with the help of cricket averages. In SST, we can teach the history of different sports.
On a monthly basis, there's going to be a student-parent classroom session where the parent engages the class in various fun-filled activities. Then brain breaks are implemented in classrooms. This allows the child to have a mental reset during the course of an exhausting and grueling day at school.
Month 3 is dedicated to evaluation and scale readiness. There will again be the collection of base data and comparison of it from month 1. There will be conduction of surveys among the students and feedback collected from parents and teachers.
These incentives are then refined to reward the consistency, efforts, and participation of the students.
There will be the conduction of a sports extravaganza display where students can display all that they have learned throughout all these months along with the prize distribution ceremony. There will be provision of scholarships so that we can ensure that our especially talented athletes who display extraordinary skills can definitely receive proper training in the future. Next, we will publish our pilot impact report so that the effects and positive outcomes of this plan are known to all.
This data is then collected and decisions are made to scale up and improve the system at the various committees formed. Next, we have a budget requirement which is designed to be lean, realistic, and feasible. Most of the budget goes towards the sports coaches and the sports partner organizations because the quality of the delivery is essential. Additional costs include orientation sessions, the reusable school-owned sports equipment, along with the simple assessment tools.
By utilizing existing school structures such as PE periods, playgrounds and awards, we ensure that this plan does not require extremely high capital funding, which makes it cost effective and accessible even for the resource conscious schools. This is because we ensure that this plan does not depend on heavy funding, but rather on smart utilization of our existing resources. Next, let us have a look at the required stakeholders and partnerships of our plan. First, we have the Ministry of Education. With their impact in policy making, they are one of the most vital supports that we could have in scaling this plan to a national level, whether it be their policies about the time dedicated to academics or the necessity of sports in schools. Next, we have Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, who with their schemes, initiatives and incentives regularly encourage students to participate in sports. Next, corporate CSR and sponsorships can help with funding, and our local academies and NGOs can provide skilled and trained professionals and also help with equipment shortages.
After that, we have the principals and teachers of various schools who are the actual executors of the plan. Without them, the whole plan remains a fantasy. After that, we can call the alumni circuits from various schools to display real life and relatable examples for the students to look up to. Then, a shift in the mindset of the parents will allow a smooth execution of the entire plan.
As we have already established, the main motto of our plan is to acknowledge participation of the students so that they stay motivated. Giving them recognition where it is due, where they have earned their place, is absolutely essential, not only for us at state but also district at zonal level, so that the students can pursue sports further, and this is exactly where the local media comes in. Next, to implement our plan effectively, we know that collaboration is key. Such can be done with plans such as Bachpan Manao and also Sports of Sportz Village, which since 2009 has displayed how integrated sports can culminate discipline, skill and talent across multiple schools and students all over India. Next, let us have a small reality check and understand the feasibility and risks of our plan. This plan is feasible because it uses existing school structures such as awards and timetables. Then the scholarships can be funded with the help of government grants, school budgets, corporate CSR. And then this plan also requires low-cost changes such as your inclusion of sporting examples in the classroom and your parent awareness events. And this plan can start small before scaling to a huge level, which allows us to see how effective this plan really is. And because of this plan is step by step, it is flexible, and it is something that schools can begin implementing right away.
For such an important plan, we must consider the risks and find mitigations for them. For example, the parents might be opposed to this. We just show them the data as well as the pilot results. Then there's obviously examination, pressure and overburdening on teachers. The protected play time does not consume too much time, and there's no extra paperwork required for teachers. There might be lack of resources and sports injuries. For the resources, we have phased rollouts and partnerships involved, and the play is not highly competitive. It is supervised, thus reducing the risk of injuries.
Finally, we have the risk that there might be low student participation. To cure this, we can provide incentives along with graded participation. Next, let us look at the impacts and outcomes of our plan. So, before that, let us look at a real life and inspiring example. It is about 12 underprivileged children from the state of Odisha. They got the chance to train and form a rugby team, which later on went to win the Under-14 Rugby World Cup in Wales. It is truly inspiring to see how much talent we have in our country of India, and how, when properly utilized, it will give us brilliant outcomes. The movie Jungle Cry is also dedicated to the same story. The expected impact and outcomes of our plan. Okay, well, now what if I tell you that if you play sports for a time that is balanced with your academics, it will boost your academics, because sports increases your focus, your attention power and your problem solving skills. All these are required in the classroom too. It increases your confidence, reduces your stress. This plan also serves as a long-term talent pipeline for us to identify talented athletes at a younger age. And most importantly, this plan will also cause a shift in the mindset of parents and schools and allow them to see that sports is a tool for better health, not only physical, but also mental and even good academic performance.
Now it's important to consider why this plan matters. For example, ADHD is a very common problem nowadays that leads to inconsistent attention spans and emotional insecurity. Playing sports and other physical activities helps in reducing the damage done. A very good example is Olympic champion Michael Phelps. Then, among nearly 1400 students, 74% of them reported very high levels of academic stress, with 17% of them reporting medium levels of stress.
Now the question is, how does sports come into the situation? How is sports relevant here? To understand that, we will play a short clip.
I basically wanted to take 2 minutes of everyone's time to basically tell you today that I'm not here as Deepika the actor, but I'm here as Deepika the athlete. 2 years ago, I struggled with depression. I almost gave up. I couldn't find the strength. But I think it was the athlete in me that gave me the strength. It taught me to never give up. So I want to say to every boy and every girl and every woman and every man to play a sport, because it changed my life. It will change yours too. Sports has taught me to be a survivor. It's taught me to be unstoppable.
After looking at the clip, we can conclude that sports gives young people a reason to stay, a reason to try, and a reason to believe. To conclude, this plan is not about adding another program to schools. It's about restoring balance in a system that has become heavily outcome driven. Because sports teaches us how to strive, how to fall, and how to rise again. Lessons no textbook can replace.
This pilot is not an experiment, but rather a blueprint for healthier students, happier classrooms, and stronger education systems. Because when we give children the freedom to play, we don't lose academic excellence. Instead, we unlock human potential. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Great presentation.
Thank you so much.
I just have one question. You mentioned about low student participation as one of the risks, and at the same time, you're also saying you're going to do it only for 3 months. What made you think that way? Because on the flip side, I'm thinking if you had a longer run, wouldn't more students participate?
A longer run is definitely what is intended with this plan. To sample it, we are obviously starting with a 3-month pilot period. Now, as far as the risk comes of why we have low student participation, the thing is that, as we've mentioned before, the parents have kind of drilled it into the mindset of the children as well, that you need to focus in your studies. Today, academic success is often seen as the conventional and only path to success. Because of that, many students also find that, sports is a waste of my time, when I could be studying this so many topics so that I can top in boards, I can also top in my competitive exams. So why should I give my time to sports? That's also the mindset that has been drilled into the students. Now, the solution here is for the students also to understand that sports is not just a pastime. It is not just something that you do to lighten yourself up for 30 minutes. It is something that is going to inculcate you with the values of life. It is something that is ultimately going to improve your mental health. It is going to improve your physical health as well. We know that in today's world, so many adults are now facing so many chronic diseases because they are not doing any physical activities. This has become a habit since childhood. So, if this thing is cured within childhood itself, if we propose a solution to this within childhood itself, if we tell the children, if we bring them into a habit of it, that you have to play sports for your betterment, then definitely it will increase the number of students interested in it.
Have you considered a name for your program that will make it appealing?
I didn't hear, sorry.
Have you considered a name for your program
Yes,
that will
ma'am.
attract people?
We
to
have
it?
considered a name called PACT, where PACT, play, academics, coexistence, time.
Fun.
Fun, we'll add an F somewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
That's a wonderful presentation. Once again, I request everyone to give a round of applause, please. So up next, we have a school from Chennai, Padma Seshadri Bhavans Senior Secondary School, KK Nada. The presenters are Shruti Sridharan, Gautam Peshwa, RM, Prajit, Tanaya. Please welcome.
Today, the problem is not that girls lack talent. The problem is that opportunity is uneven. Across schools and communities, young girls are still told, either directly or indirectly, that sports are not for them. They are held back due to stereotypes, lack of support, fear of judgment, or dress expectations. So, when participation drops, we call it lack of interest, when in reality, it is a lack of access and encouragement. Problem: women's sports often receive less coverage, fewer highlights, and lower visibility on social media, which leads to fewer people watching and learning that sports is an avenue available to them.
And that is where VIDA comes in. VIDA works with very minimal resources. For equipments, we use phones, which can be from the media clubs or the students or teachers' own phones. That is therefore of zero cost. If available, we use basic tripods, which may cost around 800 to 1200 rupees. For editing, we use free softwares like CapCut or Canva. And for offline visibility, we put up posters on school notice boards made using chart paper. And that may amount to 100 to 200 rupees at max. Totally, VIDA budgets to around 900 to 1400 rupees every 3 months. Posting on social media is free, and we focus on feeding the algorithm so that the content reaches the right people. In rural schools, VIDA follows a one phone model, and content can also be shared through notice boards and WhatsApp, which has to be used very, very occasionally. Only the filming content is required. After that, it will be transferred to the urban schools in the editing and social media aspects of it to show light upon them. The first month is about building the foundation. We form a VIDA core team: content lead, videographers, editors, writers, and an analytics team. In rural schools, roles are combined, so 3 to 4 students with one teacher is more than enough. We take permission from the school authorities and start an official school handle on either Instagram, YouTube, or the official school website. Students are trained in ethical filming, basic editing, and writing athlete spotlights. We start with one post per week. By the end of month 1, we have an official team and the platform is launched. The second month focuses on consistency and reaching the audience. We cover match highlights, athlete of the week, and behind the scene practice clips. Posting increases to 2 to 3 posts per week. We introduce basic stats and short interviews, and we engage the audience using polls, Q&As, and match predictions. By the end of month 2, we have an active audience base and interaction. And the third month focuses entirely on growth. We feature different age groups, from younger students to seniors. We include coaches' perspective and training sessions. We collaborate with other schools' girls' teams, especially in the rural areas. We track views, reach, participation, and see the impact of the page. And by the end of month 3, VIDA becomes a recognized school program. And what is the impact of VIDA? It helps increase visibility, reach, and participation. Athletes feel recognized, schools build a strong sports identity, and girls' sports gets more consistent attention because VIDA is low cost and student run. That is why it's easy to continue and easy to scale, and that is what makes VIDA sustainable.
Problem: female athletes usually find it uncomfortable, difficult, and sometimes even unsafe to travel to practice meets and matches.
This is where Corey comes in, a transportation app with vehicles driven by women for women. As a cricketer myself, there have been days where I've had to travel like 2 hours outside the city to go to a match, and I have to leave as early as 5 a.m. in the morning, and I don't feel comfortable traveling with a driver that I don't know. Right? There have also been days where my teammates and I have been crammed into a too small auto with way too many kid bags for far too exploitative of a price at far too late in the night. Corey, on the other hand, promises athletes comfort and safety. Users will be able to view the size of the vehicle they're getting into so that they know whether or not they have space for their kids. The drivers being women also adds an extra layer of safety. Here's how we plan on implementing it, right? The first month will see us pitching the idea to businesses like Rapido or Uber, as we understand that a project of this scale cannot be started at the grassroots level in a viable way. For this, we realize that we need consultants and managers. We are also willing to have Corey as either an app or even as a pilot program within the pre-existing business. So once we find a willing partner, we'll move on to recruiting and training female drivers from both urban and rural areas. In the second month, we'll actually launch Corey, initially citywide. So with this launch, we'll collect feedback and data from the athletes and users. So this data will consist of things like what sizes and types of vehicles are preferred by sports people, and the areas that are free coaches and coaching centers, so that the availability of drivers and the fluctuating prices can be managed accordingly, because we value and prioritize the comfort of the athletes. Over the second month, we'll also see increased marketing for Corey, as we want to cement Corey as a household name and a common place in the athlete community. Over the course of the third month, we expand our driver base and train them according to the analyzed data. We'll also further expand into other metropolitan cities across India, and this traction gain will allow us to move to more rural areas. So using the scouting that we do through VIDA to recognize a rural talent, we'll be able to provide these athletes with the means to access and better coaching facilities within the city at a safer rate. Right? So now what are Corey's impacts? Safer and secure rides will placate concerned parents and allow for a wider age range of girls to participate in district-wide tournaments without having the fear of having to travel alone. Women-driven vehicles not only benefit the user, but also provide job opportunities for women from disadvantaged communities. So Corey essentially will positively revolutionize the way travel and transport looks for female athletes and make the sporting world safer and more accessible to all.
Problem. Young girls aren't often raised to be as athletic as boys, and this leads to a skill disparity as they grow older.
DOXA. DOXA is a non-gendered sports league for children under the ages of 10, which its main aim is to identify and nurture young talent through competition, quality coaching, and remove said skill disparity between the genders. So, how are we going to do this? So, first month, we will do this at an inter-school level. So, we'll have two leagues basically, the under 7 and the under 10, which will have 5 to 8 teams. And coaching will occur on weekdays, mornings for under 7 and evenings for under 10. So, we'll first choose some mainstream sports like football, cricket, basketball to obviously gain more traction from the community as a whole. So, after that, every week a different sport will be pursued. So, throughout a month, we can have about 3 to 4 tournaments. So, this will be publicized like how tournaments have been done in our school like over the ages by the coaches, by the sports secretaries, by the media club and the athletes themselves. In the second month, after seeing the success in our school, we'll reach out to other schools, pitch DOXA to them, and we'll further publicize it through VIDA, central cultural circuits, and also the word of mouth by athletes themselves. And then by the end of month 2, we'll have probably 2 or 3 academies which also implement DOXA. In the third month, we, after 4 or 5 leagues, including our own, implement DOXA, and these league style matches are going on throughout the year. We will separate 5 months out of the 12 months for said leagues, and the rest of the months will be used for coaching. So what will this do? This will increase participation. It will allow us to use sports from lesser mainstream sports like kabaddi, throw ball, and kho. This will allow students who are that athletically inclined to also participate. So let me get into its impacts. So firstly, the athlete themselves, the continuous the coaching plus the continuous tournaments will remove that skill disparity between genders. Two, the system itself, the isolated system of an only school tournament will be gone. The inter-school doxa system will prevail with league round matches throughout the year. And third, participation. This will increase the participation from as a community as a whole, because you're taking more than just mainstream sports. So we also did a survey within our school community to implement doxa. So let me just highlight a few key points here. So 60% of the community believed that there was a major skill disparity between the both genders, and about 50% were immediately ready to support the idea of doxa, and 70% were ready to immediately enroll their children once doxa started, and about 42% were ready to pay 1,800 rupees a month for doxa, and about 39% were ready to pay 1,000 rupees per month. So let me get into budgets. So yes, next slide please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, the budgets anyways. So for the athletes, the umpires, the matchmen, we have to have like 10,000 to 20,000 as a budget, and also for the equipment 6 to 10,000. So for a tournament that would be about 35,000. So we'll have two tournaments because we have two leagues, under 7 and under 10. That would be 70,000 for a tournament. And since we are going to have about 3 to 4 tournaments a month, we would have about 2.1 lakhs to 2.5 lakhs per month.
As a team committed to growing women's sports, we believe this development is essential for creating equal opportunities, inspiring young girls, and celebrating talent that has long gone unnoticed. By investing in women athletes, we're not only building stronger teams, we're building confidence, leadership, and a more inclusive sporting culture for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Just I have a couple of questions. I know you've tried to put 3 projects basically into one and trying to solve it, right? First question is, have you considered the implementation challenges that you might have in terms of which team are you going to use? Who are you going to, who are the stakeholders that you would be requiring?
Right. So for each problem that we're looking to tackle, the stakeholders, some stakeholders are common while some stakeholders are different. So when we take the case of VIDA, for example, the stakeholders in this case are essentially just the school students and the female athletes that we're trying to highlight. So what VIDA essentially does is that it makes the accessibility to exposure easier, and the way we tackle that exposure is not in your conventional way of just showing the fact that these girls play sports, they play sports well. We also want to show the process of how they started, what they're doing, and how it's impacting the community around them. So that's the VIDA part of it. And when we take CORI, so CORI is essentially something that I felt that really needs to be a part of society, because like I said, I have felt these issues and they have impacted my life as well. So I'm privileged enough to be able to afford personal drivers, personal vehicles, but I know my teammates who definitely do have to face the issues of having to travel alone and not feel safe while doing it. So I feel like this, especially with like younger girl athletes, it will help parents be more comfortable in allowing their girls to go play sports far away, so that they get the necessary exposure and experience that is needed to build the talent and work on their skill. And with doxa, again, it's as a professional athlete and as some athlete here as well, so we have seen that the skill disparity that you see, and the fact that boys in general are seen to be more athletic, that which can be seen during like game periods in school.
Yeah, to highlight on that, let's take the example of the NBA and the WNBA. You do know that the NBA is one of the greatest money turners in the world. But do you know the fact that the WNBA is still running on a deficit? The NBA, the only existence of the WNBA is supported by the NBA. The NBA's revenue is essentially supporting the WNBA right now. But as we've seen now, Caitlin Clark, she is almost doubling said revenue. The WNBA is able to rise up once again. Why is this so? The skill disparity. As we said, the Google form in the survey was that parents are willing, but there isn't really an output for this. There isn't really any lead to express that. So doxa removes said skill disparity. It's not about genders, it's about skill.
Right. No, so the objective of all three, all three problems are very valid. Objective and your goals are also valid. But how to get there, I want you all to think of what's practical.
Hi, great presentation. I have a couple of questions. On the VIDA, I see that there is quite a bit of usage of smartphones and stuff like that. So the question is, what if parents, schools, and everyone, if they just clamp down and say that you're using too much of smartphones and kids shouldn't be doing it, what will you do? That's one question. Second is, on the third module, this docs, I saw the age group of even under 7 going into competitive. What is your view on a child, 6-year-old? Should they go competitive? Should they be playing more sports? What do you think?
So I'll handle the doxa part first. So here the point of the league is not to make it a competitive arena, but more so to make sure that children at that age aren't split by gender categories. So it's an avenue for them to play together in a way that has competition, but it's healthy competition to show that our skills are the same, and if we continue this model, or as they grow older, the skill levels stay the same as well.
Sir, the VIDA question, your point is entirely valid. The stereotypical parent thinking is the too much digital usage. But we also have to look at the fact that currently the most influential outlet is everything that's happening digitally. And even if you're watching a T20 match on cricket, like minutes after it's ended, you'll see like hundreds or thousands of edits. So if we feed the algorithm right, like hidden gems will be found, and I think that's the biggest intent. It's not about the smartphone usage, it's about making the world see these hidden talent. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. That was a wonderful presentation. And can I hear one more round of applause, please? Thank you. So the next team we have on stage is Bangalore, Wisdom Montfort International School. And the presenters are Amisha and Noel. Can I have them on stage, please?
So myself, Neol.
And I'm Noor Basha Amisha.
So good morning, honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear friends. We are the team Daredevils from Wisdom Montfort International School, and today we are gathered here to address a problem that affects children, especially girls, across many communities: the restriction of outdoor and contact sports due to parental safety concerns.
In many families, parents discourage or often restrict their children, especially younger kids and girls, from playing outside or even contact sports. The reasons are quite understandable. That is, the fear of injuries, safety risks, and health concerns. However, when children are kept away from playing, it results in serious consequences.
The lack of physical activities leads to increased stress and screen dependency, poor physical fitness, low confidence, and much more. So the real problem is not sports being dangerous. The real problem is children growing without the benefits of active play. And that is why our solution is called Play Smart, Play Safe.
It is a short, sweet, simple, and a well-designed structure which addresses the parental concerns while also ensuring active participation of children in any aspect. So, children get to play safely, parents get a peace of mind, so it's a win-win situation.
The key features of our solution is age-appropriate play with modified rules and games based on age and ability. Teachers and coaches could be trained through short programs and much more.
There is also continuous monitoring in sports play, which ensures that children are always supervised. The parents are also involved in this by many orientation sessions based on safety rules and how their child is developing in sports section.
Talking about feasibility, our solution is both practical and realistic. Schools already have playgrounds and PT classes, And that means our program can be implemented into existing infrastructure. Safety equipments, they're affordable and reusable. Coaches and teachers, they could be trained to start programs. And yes, to discuss on these problems, PTM, parent teacher meeting, it is already a part of school problems, school system. And therefore, children, during PTMs, the only thing discussions were going on about your marks and complaints, but now on, you can also discuss about your sports PT classes and divert the topic. The impact of play smart, play safe is both immediate and long term. For children, improved physical fitness, more confidence, leadership qualities, etc. For parents, reduced fear and anxiety, and greater trust in sports programs.
For society, this means healthier and more balanced future citizens with stronger mental and social well being. This solution does not just create athletes, it creates better human beings.
To conclude, I would like to say that children do not need protection from play. Rather, they need protection while they play.
By addressing parental concerns through smart planning, safety, and supervision, we can ensure all the children grow strong, confident, and healthy both on the field and beyond it.
This is our Pitch4Play solution. Play safe, play smart, play free. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
A very important area to focus on and try to resolve, right? But do you have an implementation plan in mind in terms of what are the existing problems and how are you going to identify what to tackle first?
First is we need to identify opportunities because students are not being given much opportunities these days. Mostly maybe they are busy of their exams or they're hesitant to come forward. So first thing, that is what schools should do. Mostly they can at least make a small program like this, telling them that there are various opportunities in sports field. You can come up much leaving studies and only due to sports.
Hi, good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
A question on, since you call it play safe, what did you consider from the safety angle? I mean, are there any more details on, because you mentioned safety equipment, you're talking about safety. Is there anything that you considered, age group of children or injury, anything?
Yeah, there should be age appropriate play with modified rules and games based on age and ability. Usually we see people or children who are very young compared to the opponent, and that results in one disadvantage. So there should be age appropriate play. Safety measures should be very strong, mandatory protective gears and safe playing areas and trained supervision. Also, the most important thing, we need coaches who are not only trained in sports programs but also in child safety.
There should also be first aid available for them in case of emergencies, which will not happen in our program for sure. So, just in case, we have to also have a medical staff, just in case. And we have to also have motivating trainers so that the children, though they lose in any situation, they can be guided and they can be more encouraged in further situations.
You talked about discussing play at PTMs. Yeah. Did you put any thought to changing that? Because very often PTMs are about conversations, but you also have an opportunity to do it to do it differently. Because a huge part of the question you are trying to address is related to parents' involvement in this. And have you considered that component of play PTM, perhaps creating playful PTMs or something else? Did you think of it differently, or did you expect a conversation or like a report card on play happening at the PTM? How did you imagine that?
So our idea was basically about all these discussions that we are doing. It could be published or it could be informed to this mass public. But for parents, they could again personally be guided to PTMs, because rather than only discussing about marks and complaints about students, all these problems or why your child should play, what opportunities they get, what are the facilities that we provide, or the assurity that your child will be safe would be discussed there.
PTM is not just about discussing about academics, but the overall performance of their child. So even the PET aspect or even the well-being of the child is also important. So it's necessary for the parents or even the teachers to discuss about it. So we can integrate it with studies as well. So that's the whole point of this solution. Thank you, ma'am.
Just one last point. Just make sure you quantify wherever possible, because in your presentations as well, and also the ideas that you have a way that you can have some metrics to quantify it.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, team. That was a wonderful presentation. Once again, can you give them a round of applause, please? Yeah. So the next presentation is from Chennai SBOA Global School, and the presenters are Sanvi CR, Alka Ashok, Aditya S, Sharavan Sinha. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alka Ashokan, and along with me are Aditya, Shravan, Sanvi, and we are from SBA Global School. Well, I would like to ask you all a question. What is the most popular sport in the world? Someone tell me? Well, football, isn't it? But have you ever heard of a sport called flag football? Have you? Nobody, right? Well, that might be a bit unique, but here's the fact. Did you know that tug of war used to be in the Olympics? If you never knew, please raise your hands. Cool. So, many of you did not know that these sports were in the Olympics. There's a big gap in school sports today. Student exposure is limited to just one or two mainstream sports. This leads to early specialization, burnouts, and narrow skill development. Many students never discover the sport that actually match their strengths. To check whether this gap actually exists on ground, we conducted a survey. In this survey, we asked students one simple question. What sports does your school provide? Fun fact, 90% of India's schools provides all of these sports. Yet, when students answered, the same sports came on repeat. Basketball, football, or cricket. Well, India loses thousands of potential athletes every year. Why? Because they're not exposed to the right sport.
Think about it. How many of you have been introduced to many sports when you were in middle school? And that's exactly where Sportsphere comes in. So the problem isn't talent, it's exposure. Sportsphere is built to fix that by shifting school sports away from early specialization and towards exploration. It builds learning, play, and reflection. So students actually know what they're learning, not just what they're pushed into. And the key part, this works within existing school structures.
So the way this system works is very realistic. The school timetable will not adapt around the school program. The program will adapt around the school timetable so that there is no extra academic pressure. Indoor and outdoor sports will be alternated per month through two sessions per month, which will be in the duration of 80 minutes. Which will be in the duration of 80 minutes. So in 1 month, we focus on trying to get students to specialize on one sport.
What controls sports in school? The ground or system behind it? This question kept running in our minds, so we built the system behind it, a website. Before any sport is played, the website prepares the students. They watch short 2 to 3 minute videos explaining about the sports, the rules, and strategies. In the next video, students learn beyond basics, learning strategies, tactics, and about famous players and teams. Once all of this is done, they attend a short quiz with one real life scenario question, one life skill question. There are no negative markings, and completing it only earns points and badges.
So, we propose a 3-month pilot that moves from implementation, adaptation, and to stabilization. So, in the first month, we focus on implementation. The students are batched based by class strength and the sports are customized based on the facilities already available in the school. At the same time, profile creation and equipment is stocked, and the teachers are trained using structured manuals. And then in month 2, we shift to adaptation. The students are introduced to the website, they're given their website IDs, and they are instructed to watch their first short at home video. So learning begins before even stepping onto the field. And in the final month, everything is concrete. We move to stabilization. They will watch a short video before their sessions. That is followed by a structured sports session and regular PE classes on alternate weeks. And they perform short quizzes. And at the end of the month, they have leadership badges, progress reviews, and their points are reset. So every month, every new person will be given a chance to be a leader.
So now coming to the budget, we have three different budgets. First one is for 75,000, which covers the core essentials. For example, the digital platform access, student profile, short videos, and quizzes. And then player, that is the 100,000 one. That covers a little bit of like what the student might want to pursue in the future. Then coming to the athlete, they would, if they want to pursue this sport for their entire lifetime, let's say, then they can choose athlete, which will help them to pursue their career in that particular sport.
This program is designed to work independently within the school system without needing any external organizations for daily decisions. The students are the core stakeholders. They participate in the sports sessions, building long-term physical literacy. The PE teachers and coaches handle on-ground execution, safety, and points management, whereas the school management executes the system. The parents support in-home learning, whereas the platform team manages the website manuals during the pilot phase. External partners like NGOs may be optional for some sports, but they're not essential.
So now, Sportsphere is not just a sports program. It promotes a structured exploration. It makes existing school system sports scalable, inclusive, and sustainable. Ready to see it in action?
Well, now let's move on to a small demonstration of a website we have created. Well, this is the login page for the students. The student can enter their customized username and their password, which is given specifically for each of the students. So now Aditya will be demonstrating with Sanvi's username and her password. So now this is the home page. As you see, it shows welcome back Sanvi and a small motivational quote for her. Once you go inside view progress, you can see the sport she is currently learning, which is handball, and the current sports cycle. Now coming back, you see edit profile where you can see your basic profile details such as your name, class and section, and the rewards. You get a certificate for each and every sport you complete, so you get to see them too. Next up, once you scroll down, you see the points, the class rank, and the school rank. Then when you go to videos, you see all the videos for all the sports you're learning this entire academic year. For now, we have 5 sports, two indoor sports and 3 outdoor sports. Next up, quizzes. After each sport, you get to do a quiz. So now, Sami hasn't completed her 4th quiz yet. So it has shown a button for her to complete it. And at last, trainings. For athletes and other people who would like to train other skills than just a specific sport, I'd say this is the best option. You have reaction time, hand-eye coordination, foot speed, and more. And you have 3 videos per skill. So for each and every video you watch, you get a star. Next, when you go up, you see the 3 lines where you can actually manage your settings such as your color theme and your font size. So now when you click dark mode, it changes to dark mode. And then when you reset your progress, the next student can log in into the system. Well, for now, we have just done it as a demonstration. And then you also have a logout button. Thank you, everyone.
Nice presentation. On some of the things like quizzes and videos that you talk about, right, which is to educate, should it be done at home or why not during school hours?
Well, the thing is, like during school hours, we want students to also be like physically active. We just don't want them sitting in front of computer screens because they also have computer science classes. Instead, we give them time to do these at home, like on weekends especially, and long holidays.
Yeah, nice. I think I like the way you all have put this together and have come up with a website as well. So very creative. A few things that I liked about what you put across was the shift from specialization to exploration. I think that's important because the fact that sport it's the primal instinct of all of us, right? And exploring it and enjoying it is what's important. And the awareness also is an important aspect. So I think creating that awareness of why a sport or even the physical activity um, to a larger group, right, or within the school is going to be again something that you've mentioned, and that's good. My question is on the budget that you came up with. You have different plans, right? I guess. So how did you arrive at that?
For each school, like let's say approximately like 1,000 students, right? It would be like 75,000, and then we're giving them all out a discount as well because we want students to be more involved with sports.
Okay, how did you come up with those numbers?
The numbers, they're like, so for example, normally, like let's take for example another website or app that has another different company. They normally give out numbers with these sort of numbers, and then we took out the average, and then we tried to make it as minimum as possible, and then we
Okay, no problem. So one last point is, I think having the website and watching the videos is good, but the physical aspect of where the child, the student actually goes out and plays with, whether it's a team sport or individual sport, I think is one thing that you should all consider.
I'm sorry, I did not understand your question, ma'am.
So most of it, what I noticed, right, on the website that you have is about the videos that they watch, right, and then they have progression there. If you can bring in the physical element, as in where the child can actually play with peers or others based on the skill level, rather than watch videos and progress, right?
Ma'am, the videos are just for like to know about the sport and some famous people about the sport. But actually, this also has great competition, healthy competition to be exact, and they also build up physical literacy. So basically, these videos are for them to know what the sport is and to like see a real life demonstration. They practice the sport at school and have friendly competitions, and that's how they also earn points, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
What was the fun part of doing this whole thing? Because you actually have explored a lot, thought through a lot of it, but can you speak a little about what you all enjoyed as you were putting this together?
I suppose I'll go first. So basically, the website was all of our plans, but I felt like I enjoyed doing the website because I'm recently learning programming and I learned a lot through this. And getting to know my friends more and their preferences. Then we also explored a lot of sports together. We had late night G meets to just research about different kinds of sports. And I'd also like to include that by doing this, we earned a lot of knowledge on what we are actually learning about. So whether we win or not, I don't really mind because I learned a lot about this event.
I have one more question. So let's say the sport sphere ID kind of thing every student has. Okay, and just imagine there is a parent-teacher meeting, and there is another kid, let's say, who's got math and science and English higher marks, but the second kid has a higher rank through your sports sphere thing. What is the school going to do? You think the teachers, how are they going to assess this?
Well, not everyone can be good at everything, sir. So some kids, although they might be smart academically, some of them might be good physically. So the teacher, I personally feel like if I was there, I'd say that that kid should focus more on being an athlete or something better in that field, whereas the other kid should try out something else. In this also, we also support them to continue their dreams with physical education badges, leadership skills, points, certificates, etc. So I'd say that that kid deserves to be an athlete.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, team. That was very creative. Once again, as same, can you give a round of applause, please? So in next, we have a school from Coimbatore, Chandraanti Public School. The presenters are Ilam Pirai, Vashika Sri, Ritika Tangavel, Diksha. Can I have them on stage, please?
Children are meant to run, play, and compete. But today, many of them are sitting on the sidelines. Not because of a lack of interest, but because safety has become a question mark. Parents aren't saying no to sports, they're saying no to uncertainty. We saw this problem clearly and we found a solution. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ritika and my team members are Ilampirai, Varshika, and Diksha. The solution? We call it Playwise Kids, an initiative that replaces fear with facts, doubt with understanding, and hesitation with confidence. Now, let's take a closer look at the problem. Today, the problem isn't that children don't enjoy sports. The problem is that parents are increasingly worried about injuries and safety. Because of this fear, children are slowly pulled away from sports. Over time, sneakers are replaced with screens and active play becomes occasional, not regular. This shift doesn't just affect physical health, it impacts confidence, social development, and emotional well being. So, the real issue isn't sports, it's the growing gap between parental concern and trusted safety awareness. And that gap is exactly what our objectives focus on. First, we focus on building parental confidence by providing clear and reliable information on sports safety. Secondly, we encourage children to build safe sports habits. This includes understanding the importance of warm ups, wearing protective gear, and emergency first aid. Finally, through training sessions with experienced coaches, we work to reduce sports related injuries by promoting correct techniques from a young age. Now that we know what we want to do, the next question is how do we turn these objectives into action? This brings us to our monthly safety awareness campaigns. In these campaigns, we bring together certified coaches and medical professionals to guide both parents and children. Parents gain expert backed clarity on injury prevention and participation, while children learn how to play responsibly and confidently. These campaigns will also promote a sense of community by encouraging open discussion and shared learning. Through these campaigns, Playwise Kids will turn concern into understanding and help parents view sports as a safe, practical part of everyday life. To make our solution practical, we've planned it out step by step, which brings us to our implementation roadmap.
Good morning. Now I'll be talking about a 3-month roadmap. There are 3 steps in each month. On month 1, we'll spread awareness by distributing posters and pamphlets throughout the community and creating a presence in social media. Next, we'll create one-on-one sessions with professional doctors and certified coaches where they'll share basic tips to injury prevention. On month 2, we'll conduct sport workshops where they'll include live demonstration how to prevent oneself from an injury and how to treat it if they get hurt. Then we'll include Q&A time where the parents will be allowed to ask questions directly to the experts regarding the doubts. Next, community, where local members are engaged in the design of the activities, where we'll take the qualitative and the quantitative feedback to measure the success of our program. On month 3, we'll organize supervised sports events for both parents and their children. Next, we'll encourage the parents to take participation in a sports pledge. And then at last, finally, we'll conduct a survey to measure the success of our program.
And ladies and gentlemen, coming to the main point, budget. Our projected budget is 77,000 to 80,000 and we have kept 3,000 as a buffer. Every single rupee has a clear purpose. We'll invest in doctors, trainers, coaches and digital promotion. And we have also planned for volunteers. Our plan is spending smart, not spending more. This chart answers to the question everyone has. Where did all the money go? The largest share goes to the venues, trainers and safety measures. And yes, we have contingency fund because events without unexpected things aren't even real events. Stakeholders and partnership. The biggest stakeholders and partners are you and your children. And of course, doctors, certified coaches and sports physicians. Doctors help in mental and physical well-being. Sports physicians help in focusing in preventing injuries and recovery. And certified coaches help in building confidence in athletes.
Adventure without risk is a Disneyland. We do face risk like reduced participation, but we will implement effective promotion utilizing social media and local schools for its maximum outreach. Next, injuries. By engaging trained coaches and first responders, they will help us reduce the risk of getting injury throughout the campaign. Budget. Getting money from the sponsors and time from the volunteers, we will be able to manage our budget without any constraints. Next. Impact and outcomes. Have you heard of an asp? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a reptile known for its precision to strike. We target on awareness, safety and participation. We increase the awareness among parents so children run or play safety. Creating safer environments along with trained coaches and following protocols will help us reduce the risk of getting injury in a game. Participation. Increasing the sports participation among children will help them to become more courageous and confident. It also helps them to become a good person with a fit and personality. Like an asp, our impact is precise, focused, and effective. Next slide, please. Success metrics. We measure success using number of participants, workshop attendance, and pledge sign-ups through pre and post surveys. You all know data ensures accountability, right? Next slide.
To conclude, our initiative isn't about budgets, charts, or timelines.
It's about making sure talent doesn't stop because of an avoidable injury.
If we can protect one person, one dream, and one future, then every poster, every effort is worth it.
Because success isn't winning, it's about being able to play again safely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. I had only one comment for you to think about. You came to actually doing and playing in the month 3 after a lot of, in your months 1 and 2 was a lot of planning and of course information on safety. Have you considered bringing the play first?
Ma'am, can you please repeat?
What I said is in your plan, for example, in month 3 is where actual play is happening. Before that, there's a lot of information, learning, safety, all of that. I just wonder whether in your plan you start losing people because they haven't got to the action first. Would you want to move the play up or make it go in parallel in your plan? Because they're coming to play much later and it's really not much fun sitting around learning about things without actually doing them.
Ma'am, we wanted to introduce awareness first because we didn't want low turnout to be one of our risks. So we wanted to get the word out to everyone to ensure that in month 3 it would have a real impact. But what you made is a valid point.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Have you also looked at age group, which all sports? I mean, there's definitely very good level of awareness and stuff that you're building. Which all sports are being sampled? What age group? What are the kids going to be doing? Is there any kind of outcome in that?
So we wanted to implement this with all age groups from ages of 7 to ages of 17. And for the sports, first we wanted to go with the major sports, the ones that kids would be most interested in, such as football, basketball, and coco. And we wanted to implement this to all age groups to ensure that they all have this exposure and experience.
So the connected thing is, so if that is happening, then don't you think the budgets then will also accordingly change based on what all sports
So
are being
we've set aside money for equipment, and we've also set aside money for trained coaches. So I don't think budget would be a problem because we're also having schools and other organizations as our sponsors. So if it comes to that point, we'll cut corners, but we'll make it work. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, team. That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you all. Okay, the next in the lineup, we have a school from Bengaluru, Betta Halasuru High School. The presenters are Gaganalashmi and Pravalika. May I have you on stage, please?
Good afternoon to one and all present here. We are from Bettalsur High School, supported by Colors of Life and guided by Sportz Village Foundation. I am Gagana Lakshmi and my teammate is Pravalika. Today, we present a practical solution to balance academics and sports. Today, students face heavy academic pressure due to exams, homework, and online learning. At the same time, screen time has increased because of mobile phones and coaching classes. To understand this problem better, we conducted a small survey among students. The results show that 65% of students spend more than 3 hours daily on screens. Only 30% of students play outdoor games every day. Also, 70% of students feel academic stress. This data clearly shows that students want to play but lack of time. Due to less participation in sports, students face many problems such as physical fitness reduces, stress level increases, and concentration on studies becomes weak. Students also miss social interaction and teamwork, which are important life skills. To solve this problem, we propose a study play balance model. In this model, schools provide fixed daily sports hour. Sports encourage many exciting playgrounds and teachers monitors the activities. Sports activities are simple, fun and inclusive for all students. Because of this mindset, sports often ignored for all students. Students get very little time to play. Our 3-month plan starts with awareness, followed by pilot, and ends with revive and scale up. In first month, we'll make awareness programs and we'll convince parents like sports is not a distraction. If sports is good, if we participate in sports, our mental health and physical health will be good. And in our second month, it's our pilot execution. There will be daily 40 to 60 minutes classes sections and not only one sport, multi sports rotation, screen time tracking, weekly teacher feedback. And in our third month, let's go to revive and scale up. In our revive and scale up, we'll get feedback of parents and we will get feedback of students before the 3 months and after 3 months. Our budget is simple and realistic with some money and existing infrastructure, and it can be implemented in government schools. It is combat awareness workshops, multi-sports activities, sports equipment, teachers training and ordering, rewards and motivation, monitor and explosion, and total grant 3,20,000 for these government schools. And our solution succeeds through partnerships of students, parents, teachers, Colors of Life and its NGO, and Sportz Village Foundation working together. Our solution is implemented in the government schools. Okay, now we know that our solution is students become healthier, happier, and it reduces academic stress and improves focus and discipline. Academics and sports must support each other, not compete, and right a balance. Students can be healthy, confident, and successful. A healthy mind lives in a healthy body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what I loved is the energy that you brought into the presentation. So thanks for that. And even the idea, I think the whole idea of screen time, you picked up screen time as opposed to, and I think that's a wonderful initiative. I think done very well.
Thanks, ma'am.
I also want to make a comment on the budget. It was an extremely realistic budget, and that I like the way that you all had put it together in terms of the number of workshops, how much it's going to take. A lot of thought has gone into that. I had a question for you.
Please.
Who is going to help you conduct these programs?
In our school, the Colors of Life NGO, they adopted our schools, and the Sportz Village Foundation was guided. They guided them. We.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I had one final question. Great presentation, great energy. On the there is a slide where you're saying you are tracking even mobile phone usage time and all that. Have you thought about how will you do that? What about if the child is at home? How will you be able to track it?
Because in our model, we have regular conversation with parents, and we'll do awareness programs and motivates them and tells them to avoid mobile screen times, etc. Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful presentation. And dear audience, as we seen, we had a lineup of 7 schools. And before going and witnessing the second batch, we're going to take a very short break, which is 10 minutes. And the teas and other items are arranged at backside. You can have and come back at in 10 minutes, like 4:50. We can gather around. Sorry, 12:50. Thank you. Thanks. They come here, it is not saving. Yes, I wanted to save, but it is saying the font is not there. Okay. I have to download the font. Just press save as. Go to file. You put a font, no? 2 kilometers is it? Which font do you? Boston engine. No, then select all the slide and change the font to something. No, just select all. Only this they changed. I don't know. Only this. Yes, only this. Only this they changed. And then just select the font and just control font is maybe select all the slides. You don't have your presentation already there.
Oh my god, damn.
You have knowledge of this, but no, they are which school are you?
Sacred Synagogue.
That is yours, right?
Hello, all. Hello. Welcome back. So, before starting the session, I'm gonna give you a small game. Okay. So, before playing that, do you all know we use a command, a magical word which says ehe, oho, right? Can we do that once here? So, if I say ehe, what you all will repeat? Oho. Okay, let me hear that. Ehe. Sorry, I can't hear. Little louder. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ehe. Again. Ehe. Okay. So, we'll play a very small game which is called Simon Says. Okay, yeah. To activate everyone, like to grab the attention and the energy back. Ready? So, if I say Simon Says and if I say activity, you will do that. If I say regular without saying the word Simon, then you will not do the skill. Okay, yeah. So, we'll go with clap. As everyone is sitting in your seats, we'll go with clap. If I say Simon say 1, you will clap once. If I say Simon says 2, you will clap twice. 3, you will clap thrice. Okay, yeah. Ready? Let's play. Simon says 1, Simon says 2, Simon says 3, Simon says 2, Simon says 1, 3, out, 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 out. Ready? One more time. On my count. Simon says 1. Even judges can participate. Simon says 2. Simon says 3. Simon says 2. Simon says 3. And now 1. Out, out, out. Very good. Let's listen one more time. Ready? Simon says 3. Simon says 2. 2. Still out. Still not waking up. Huh? Ready? One last time. Simon says 3. Simon says 2. Simon says 3. Simon says 1. 1. Out. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And initially here, we have missed out asking questions in the first presentation. So we had the first school to ask the questions from the judges side. So that's where the discussion happened there. And yeah, coming back. So we are moving ahead with the second batch. Once again, hey, can't hear. Hey, okay, very good. So we are moving to the second batch and the first presentation from City Kochi, Bhavans Vidya Mandir, Erur. And the presenters are Parvati Menon, Prahlad Satish, Priyansh Nair, Siddharth Vijay Gopal. Can I have them on stage, please? Yeah.
So everyone, take a look at this screen. Please, everyone, I want everybody's eyes on this screen. What does his face tell you? Yes, you can observe the harsh reality faced by 70% of students in India and many more across the world. These children are unable to continue with sports because of the pressure they face from academics and lack of time from studies. Indeed, in most schools and homes, sports and academics is planned separately. Therefore, one can compromise the other. Even in homes, most adults and parents have developed the mindset that sports is just a side distraction. Academics is more important. It can give a steadier livelihood. And that sports, nobody can become successful from sports. So we need a complete solution to change their mindset and to solve this massive problem. And that solution is flexi balance.
It is a centralized system to balance both academics and sports in such a way that teachers assign activities, the students share their free time, and the system schedule tasks based on the students' availability. So, this, as you can see, enables the students to maintain a healthy and balanced life. The key features of FlexiBalance includes role-based access and logins, weekly reports sent to the parents, group and individual task assignments and chats, homework help for the students, helping in designing homework for the teachers, and even motivation through streaks and badges. So, as you can see, FlexiBalance incorporates a lot of features to make it a balanced and a good app. Now, passing out to Priyansh.
Now you've seen the app, you know how it works, but let's take a look at behind the scenes, right? What goes on? What do we need to make this a true reality? So we'll be proceeding with a 3-month roadmap. In the first phase, we'll ensure that the final product will be a proof of concept model. Now we have already come up with a small idea of what that could be like, but we'll show that to you later. By the end of the second phase, we'll be ensuring that this model will be partnering with schools so that they can get a feel of how it works. So once they use it, we'll also be collecting the data. Not the students' data per se, but everything that we can improve and that which we can make better. And finally, by phase 3, we will have a market ready product. We'll have a system that we can send out into the market that can face the competition head on. And then now on to the finances, the nitty gritty hard facts. The numbers may seem boring, but they are what we need to make this a true reality. The first, everything will be going into product development. That's around 1.5 to 2.5 lakhs. With this money, we'll be ensuring the whole application, the website, the front end, the back end, it'll all be coming together. And as Sir had mentioned in the morning, we'll be using AI. Not just the LLMs and the MLs, which are trendy now, but actual rule-based AI, which we need for this situation. And then we'll also be having the cloud infrastructure, the servers and all that. That will come to around 60,000 to 1 lakh for these 3 months. And that once we have that set up, that's almost it, what we need for the cloud infrastructure. That one investment will be able to fuel all the other products. And then we have the email. This part is one of the most important aspects of our product, because this is how we'll be collecting the data regarding how the students, the teachers, the parents, they use the app. Without this, we won't be able to make any improvements. So to justify that, we'll be spending 15,000 to 20,000 on it alone. And then undoubtedly the most important aspect of this application will be the marketing and outreach. Because this is a true product. This can change lives. This can help people. But without a presence in the market, we'll just be a ghost. We'll have nobody to appreciate us. Nobody who can use our help. And now with all of that in mind, we now move to the marketing.
Okay, so Priyansh has mentioned about the financial part, but let's just focus. Where do we get all these funds from? Firstly, our team would be doing the bootstrapping method. That is basically we won't be targeting on any external investment, but rather we would be focusing on our own funds so that we would get free tools, free cloud tiers, and covers the prototype and early testing of our product. And the second and the most focal point is that we will be focusing on schools to generate our revenue. Imagine a scenario. If a school has almost 500 students and we are charging almost 50 rupees from a student per month, that itself would generate almost 2,500 rupees. Sorry, 25,000 rupees. And money from almost 2-3 schools would be enough to cover our servers, email, and marketing. And after the pilot methods succeed, we will be focusing on CSR and governmental validation. That is, these include the Atal Innovation Mission, the Startup India Seed Fund, etc. Now, when it comes to the marketing, rather than focusing on improving our profit, we will be focusing on user friendliness and authenticity. Firstly, as Siddharth has mentioned before, parents have a perception that students cannot manage both studies and sports regularly. But our app ensures this through proof-based marketing. Firstly, we'll be collecting real results from the pilot, that is the student engagement and student participation. And then we will be converting this into case studies and before and after comparisons. Next, we will be focusing on student engagement strategies because we want our users to feel rewarded, not controlled while using the app. For that, we will be using streaks, badges, weekly progress, and etc. Next, we will be focusing on cost effective marketing because we always avoid paid ads, influencers, or app store promotion because we want our marketing to be cheap, credible, and sustainable. Now, before I move on to the next slide, I want to present a case study given by my classmate after using this app for one week. So, Ritika Abhilash of class 11, studying in Bhavans Vidya stated that after using the Flexi Balance app, she personally felt a positive change in how she manages her academics and sports, especially as a class 11 student. Now, I'll be handing over the mic to Prahalad.
Haven't we already heard a lot of information, which ranges from problem statements by Siddharth, financing, marketing, case studies, etc. But still, there should be a doubt on how it will work. Is it feasible? And that's what I'm going to answer. In most educational institutions and schools nowadays, they already have administrative and management apps that already use infrastructure and curriculum within the school to provide their services. So our app fits right into this, not needing extra curriculums or infrastructure and fitting in with the already existing facilities at the school level, therefore making it a bit more feasible. When it comes to real life already existing competitors, we can include Google Classroom and other apps. Google Classroom, one of the major ones, but most of them, these services only go on to one part of the student's life, either academic or sports. This leaves a major gap between them, which is to balance them and bridge them together. And that's what our app does, and that's what it is unique about. As our app bridges and helps students balance them together, both academics and sports, and brings in a coordination and transparency between students, parents, and teachers who can all use the app. And saying so, I would like to conclude by saying that we believe that our app is really a one that could balance both academics and sports and help the students to decrease their academic stress and be more productive throughout their day and throughout their life. With by saying this, I would like to pass it on to Priyansh for showing you the small prototype that we have built.
Thank you, Prahlad. So now let's take a look at the website. A great man once said, theory can only take you so far. Well, that's what we have, at least we hope so. So what we have done here is we have designed a website, as you can see, and this looks pretty standard, what normal schools use. And that is what we have based our inspiration on, the AMS ERP apps and the Insight apps. But that does not do what this can. Now here you can see you have all the standard chit-chat stuff, right? The leave status, and that still works. As you can see, I have applied for a leave status today because I'll be at IIM. But then let's take a look at all the unique features. Now here you can see that there's something we call a timetable AI. Now what that does is it checks your schedule, your be it your studying time, your school time, your sports, your fun time, hobbies, everything, and then it checks whether it's balanced, so that it can recommend if it's not balanced and make you, split your time wisely in a better way. So you'll be able to do all that and more. And it takes time to run it. So I've already generated it, and as you can see here, all the days it actually tells me where exactly I need to change. So as you can see here, it's saying the balance is kind of okay, but then the sleep cycle is not well, because on Wednesday I've actually put too much studies, and that's not a good thing, because if you overheat an engine, it won't work properly. And so it's also recommended in the health session that I should get more sleep, I should try to spend more time in sports and all of that. And then we have also added this one thing to help ease the load of your academic side. That is, we have an AI homework help assistant. Now I know how that sounds like. Basically ChatGPT, right? So if your English teacher gives an essay to write, ChatGPT, please help me, right? But that is not what it does. As you can see here, I've given a prompt to help me with an essay on why technology might be our last invention. Now you could interpret that in one of two ways. One being the dystopian one, our technology will untimely will without a doubt lead to our destruction. Or you could think of it as technology being our final invention, in the sense that it will ideate for us, it will innovate for us, it will take us to a future far brighter than we ever could. And that is what the AI actually tells me. It's not giving me the whole essay, as you can see, it's giving me the seeds of the essay, the idea which I can help with. And then it's not just essays. So I'm in 11th right now, and let me tell you, physics is murder right now. I don't know how I'm still alive, but it could be due to this app. As you can see here, I've tried giving a different prompt on trying to explain projectile motion, and I can actually do it live, but it might take time. But the thing is, it's independent, it can do everything it can to help a student live a holistically balanced life. So not just academics, not just sports, but everything you need to live a healthy life. In other words, we help kids to play. So that's the end of our presentation. Any questions, suggestions?
Yeah, thanks for that, and I think interesting demo as well. Wanted to know when you said um, play and academics, you're balancing the two, right? What's the optimal? What is the data you're entering as saying the optimal time to play, optimal time to do academics? It could vary through the year because based on your exam schedule. So how do you figure that out?
Exactly, and it's not just the time it varies, but it varies with person to person. Now, if I'm trying to crack the NEET exam, I won't have much time for sports. It could be due to parental pressure, but that's how it is, and we have to change that. But right now, that's the reality. But on the other hand, if I intentionally choose PE as a subject, that will give me more freedom. So right now in the demo, we've hooked it up to this one API of a free AI. But we'll be changing that once we start developing our AI. So we'll be collecting different parameters. As we've learned in AI class, the more data you collect, the more features, the more parameters it has, the better the solutions, the results, the predictions it will give, right? So we intend to collect a lot of data features. That includes the lifestyle of a person, the career choices they have made, because academic is not just, it's not the only career choice. They could go into sports, they could go into arts or anything. And then it'll also take into account the exam time, the season, and everything. And once we compile all of this data which we need, we'll try to at first we'll be using a trial and error method, but this won't be a blind attempt because we'll be using data which other people have recommended. In the first slide, if you remember, there was a statistic: 70% of students drop out of sports. That was actually given by this mental health organization called Sunima in Delhi. So we'll also be using their archives, their data to help better this further.
Just one more question. So the data is being entered by whom?
Sorry, ma'am?
Who's entering the data into the system?
There's two types of data. One is the backend data, which is what controls the AI output. Is that what you're asking?
No, the LLM bit is fine. You're feeding it into it, but who's going to be entering the data? Is it
For the schedules and all? That's the neat part. Our interface actually allows for three different people to log in: students, teachers, and parents. Now, students and teachers will be the primary data entries because they are the ones who are immediately affected by it, especially the students. So they will be the ones making changes to the timetable, their daily timetable, not just the school timetable. But teachers can, of course, amend that, and of course, parents will get to see a short summary of what their child is up to, how the parents themselves can help them. So it's fine. Okay. Exactly. That was what we had meant by the STP dashboard in the second slide. Student teacher.
Yeah, hi. Good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
A practical question that I had is, let's say a kid who went for a morning practice has already put in some time into sport and wants to, let's say, miss a few classes in the morning in school. If teachers also log into this flexi balance, will they be, how do the teachers approve the time,
the changes in the schedule? Right. So first, what we'll be doing is the students will be able to enter their changes into the schedule manually, and the parents and teachers will have to kind of approve that, because I agree, practice is important, but cutting classes is a gray area where teachers kind of don't approve on, right?
So So this
the teachers can specifically approve for certain cases. For example, in our school right now, the situation is whenever there's cluster or national or state or any competitions of any kind regarding sports or other cultural activities, the teachers actually give sanction time. In our school, we have this really great concept called a zero period. So it's kind of a 40-minute period where they won't be teaching anything. It'll be more of a revision period. But during that time, they won't be teaching anything new. So it won't really hurt if you miss one session. That session is what we utilize for practicing everything we need for competitions, not just sports, arts, culture, and all. So we can also implement that system into here. But of course, the final address we need approval by all parties: students, teachers, and parents.
it happened that the approval is not. What do you think of that situation? Let's say I'm a parent. My kid is not doing well in math, but sleep is also an issue. They have to play sport also. What happens in that crunch situation? What is the decision here?
Then as a parent, it's up to you. What do you believe your child wants to do or your child is capable of? Will they be a sports person or are they remotely interested in sports? Then you should give them the freedom to pursue it. Are they more academically inclined? Then maths is the answer. Because there is no middle way. I mean, the middle way is the best option, but that doesn't mean you follow a middle path. You will do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. No. The middle path is the average. You give your best in both areas, but that is taxing to the health. So ultimately, it depends on your child. Do you believe that your child is capable of all that stress? Because not all stress is bad. Stress is the ultimate fuel that gives us the energy to pursue almost anything. But when it's prolonged, that's when it becomes a problem. So, you being the parent, you would know exactly what your child is capable of, what they want to do. And if you have a flexible mindset that, maybe I should give them a chance, as is what's happened with all of our sports celebrities, all of the other celebrities as well. Give them this one chance, this one leap of faith, they can rise to great heights. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team. That was wonderful. So up next, we have the next school coming from Tirunelveli, which is Mount Litra Z School. And the presenters are Riya Yalini, Akshay, Akshaya Jyoti, and Rakshita. Can I have them on stage, please? No, suddenly it is not working. You'll get the mic. This is the slide. Ah, right.
welcome respected judges and everyone present here. We are Akshaya, Riya, and Rakshika here to present She Plays Every Girl, Every Game. Women deserve the freedom to play without fear, restriction, or hesitation. Sports should be a place of confidence and joy, but for many girls, it has become a space of barriers. She Plays aims to change that. Problem statement. Despite increased awareness about women in sports, many girls still hesitate or completely drop out. Our problem statement highlights several reasons such as deep-rooted social stereotypes, mobility and safety concerns, restrictive dress codes, lack of parental encouragement, and limited access to sports facilities. These challenges are not due to lack of ability, but due to lack of encouragement and opportunity. When a girl stops playing, she doesn't just lose a sport, she loses confidence, teamwork, and self belief.
Now, I'll explain the survey conducted by our team. We surveyed the girls from grade 6 to 10 to understand their comfort during sports activities. Many girls shared that wearing above knee shorts made them feel uncomfortable, which affected their confidence. Many students preferred full length leggings or track pants, which made them feel safer and more confident. The key insight was that comfort directly improves participation. It also highlights the importance of listening to students' voices. These findings shape the direction of our project. We've addressed the problem. Now, I shall brief on the solution. The first part of our solution is creating safe and supportive play environments. She Plays focuses on emotional safety, respectful behavior, and supervision. This helps reduce fear, hesitation, and self doubt among students. By conducting parent orientation, we aim to change the mindset of parents that thinking sport is a distraction into thinking that it is a vital foundation for leadership. By building this bridge of awareness, we turn hesitation into enthusiastic support.
The third part focuses on inclusive confidence building sports activities. These activities are designed in such a way that girls of all the skill levels can feel comfortable and encouraged. Not just through teamwork and regular practice, girls can build confidence, teamwork, and also a positive attitude towards sports.
Implementation timeline. Month 1. This phase focuses on awareness and preparation. We conduct baseline surveys to understand participation levels and attitudes. Then we plan parent orientation programs to understand their concerns and build trust. Then we pair up girls from grade 6 to 10 with female coaches and PE teachers. This phase is very important because it builds the ground even before the game begins.
The second month is where the program actually comes to life. Girls start attending regular sports sessions in which the focus is not only on playing but also on developing their confidence and working in a team. We also include activities that make the girls feel more comfortable and involved. They also get the chance to interact with a female sports person so that they can inspire and motivate them. Through the end of the month, we will review whatever is going on and will of course make changes whenever needed.
Month 3 focuses on engagement and evaluation. We organize girls' sports days and parent-student friendly matches. These activities help parents understand the importance of sports. Feedback is collected and a final impact report is prepared. This phase is about confidence, growth, and participation. The key stakeholders of She Plays are school management, PE teachers managed by Edu Sports, parents, and girl students. This teamwork strengthens the success of She Plays. It ensures long-term impact.
Partnership helps strengthen the initiative. Working with local women sportsperson will help the girls get a reliable role model. Meanwhile, the NGOs like Rotary Club and Lions Club will help the girls and bring the experience at the ground level. In addition, the community sports club and health or fitness organizations can help in and support in training, guidance, and the overall well-being. But this alone is not enough. The women's sports team must get recognized in the media and consistently supported with strong government backing up to ensure their long-term support and job assurance for women to get them involved into sports.
Feasibility and risk assessment. She Plays is a practical and realistic initiative because it utilizes existing school infrastructure, low cost, and can be integrated with regular PE periods. Some risks such as low parental support and participant dropouts can be scaled with regular awareness and counseling sessions and continuous motivation and recognition.
Now, moving on to the budget for execution, which is an important part of our proposal. This budget is carefully planned to ensure maximum impact within minimum cost. The total estimated budget for She Plays is 40,000 rupees. The expenses include sports equipment for safe and proper training, coach or mentor honorarium for guidance and motivation, awareness materials like posters and handouts, certificates and small rewards to encourage participation, and event and sports day arrangements. Overall, this makes She Plays a low cost, scalable, and practical initiative.
Through this program, we expect to see a clear increase in girls' participation in sports, at least about 30%. Beyond numbers, it is all about helping girls build confidence, work in team, and also build their leadership skills. Overall, this program is sustainable and can be continued even after the pilot phase.
To measure the progress and success of She Plays, we conduct surveys before and after the program to measure the change. Then we record attendance and participation to know the interest level, and student and parent feedback forms participation data in school sports events.
We focus on three big things here. First, advocacy campaigns. These are to make sure that the women get the equal pay for the equal win. Next, growing professional leagues and tournaments so that the girls have the real stage to shine. And mentorship programs so that it helps in coaching women into coaching and also their leadership and putting them into leadership roles. It is all about providing women the opportunities, the recognition, and the support they deserve.
When we look at an empty playing field, we must confront the uncomfortable truth. Our very systems are the barriers we aim to break. For girls from grade 6 to 10, participation isn't about talent or interest. It is about a school policy and the parental mindset that feels like a cage. We are creating a culture where girls' worth is measured by her grit and not by her silhouette. By changing our policy into climate appropriate and age appropriate, we aren't just changing clothes, we are changing the future of female leadership. Let's stop asking girls to fit into a system and build systems that truly fit them.
When girls don't get equal support, they start dropping out. Their confidence level decreases and absenteeism increases. These all lead to them dropping early. We can see this in real life too. A survey found that 40% of Manipur female athletes has to travel over at least 10 kilometers just to reach for practice. This proves my point that the long distance and limited support leads to many quitting early and skipping their sessions.
Due to this discomfort, many girls hesitate to participate fully or gradually withdraw from sports activities. Over time, this leads to reduced confidence and irregular participation. It is important to understand that this is not due to the lack of ability or interest. Most girls want to play and engage in sports, but discomfort discourages them. Now let me address how She Plays takes an approach to this situation. She Plays suggests flexible sports uniform options such as full-length leggings and track pants. By prioritizing comfort, dignity, and safety over appearance, She Plays motivates girls to participate consistently and confidently. She Plays is not here to wait, not here to ask. Girls are not the barrier, the problems are. And to those barriers, She Plays says, not today. Thank you.
Well presented, thanks. I think you covered the points very well with respect to the barriers, but there are two things that were missing, which maybe you thought of but didn't add. This was puberty. The puberty time is also a period of time when the girls do drop out, right? So do look a little further into that. Also, when the girls get their periods, how much are the other stakeholders? This could be peers. This could be, because I'm assuming this is a school where it's only a girls only school, right? That's why you're referring to most of it in terms of solutions around that. But sensitizing others to that, right? And normalizing the fact that periods is all girls go through that, and how to address that would be something that you'd want to look at. And the other other barrier that typically comes up is having clean toilets, as in girls only toilets, or especially in the rural areas. And many times when there's inaccessible toilets, that also contributes to dropout. Okay, but well done.
Yes.
Yeah, good presentation. I like the name She Plays. It is a good name. Along with what Malti said, the third thing maybe is also transportation, safe transportation wherever they go to play and come back. Along with equipment and all that, I don't know if there is a transport budget also in case they want to play more. Or you mentioned something about Manipur and 10 kilometers kind of thing. So
Yes, sir. That is a valid perspective. But in the She Plays initiative, we are implementing it in schools. So students, all girls students come to schools, and there it is an easier way to reach to the girls and support their interests in sports.
I really liked your presentation and also the survey which went into very practical things that get in the way, the invisible barriers, things that people don't talk about often. Congratulations on hitting that point. I was half expecting you to move in the direction of clothing. Okay. And I was quite excited to see that. I think there is something there in your thinking which is very strong. You used the language of insight very early. And that helped in the way that you crafted the rest of the story. So congratulations on that. I have a very simple question. In this, what kind of sports do you think that you would be able to cater to through this solution? Did you think about that? Because it felt like you were paying a lot of attention to choice and diversity. And so I was wondering whether you had paid any attention to the kind of sports that girls gravitate to. Is there, or they want to explore? Have you picked up anything on that?
Yes, ma'am. Like simple ones like coco, tennis, like handball, etc. The simple ones, because She Plays only focuses on encouragement of participation, not competition or inter-school levels. So it's like we want to motivate girls to join playing. It's not like pursuing the sports career or anything. Just play for now for a short time goal, and then we can change it to a long time goal. That's our idea. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much,
much,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank you so much, team. That was wonderful presentation. And next in the lineup, we have a school from Bangalore. So we have a school from Bangalore named Hunsamarnali Government School. And the presenters are Rohini and Michael. Can I have them on stage, please?
Move the body, strengthen the mind. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I am Rohini.
I'm Michael.
We are from Government Model Primary School, Hunasamaranahalli. Today we are going to present about sports for physical and mental well-being. Sports for physical and mental well-being. Sports is a habit for not for competition. A simple low-cost system that makes daily play joyful, not for competition.
Today I'm going to talk about a simple truth. Children these days see more screen and they're addicted. They play indoors and do not play outdoors a lot. Uh, this leads to stress and anxiety and obesity risk, poor physical and mental health. And the sports is only seen for winners, ranking, but not for fun. And children avoid sports because they don't feel that they want pressure. So let's move on to our solution.
Yes, these problem our society is facing in nowadays. For these problems, our solution is Play Passport program. What is Play Passport program? Play Passport program is a simple tool that makes lifelong play habit. It is a very simple theme, and it is and we give Play Passport for every children, and a child play 20 to 30 minutes for a day, and for their participation teachers give the stamp for the children. Play Passport focus on fun, fitness, mental health and habit, not for competition. This requires no sports expert. We can do with our school teachers, and we don't need any extra periods. We can do in user school existing time, and no infrastructures. Children earn joy, not judgment. Because why habit sticks? When children earning joy, they are interested to participate in sports. When they feel it is pressure, they are not interested to participate in sports because it is pressure.
Let's look at our 3-month implementation roadmap. So these 3 months have a crucial role in our Play Passport program. So let's look at month 1, which is our foundation. We conduct baseline fitness and mental well-being survey. Then we do teacher orientation for 30 minutes. Then we start distributing passports. Then finally we start introducing simple games like running, skipping, coco, kabaddi and etc.
In month 2, we start building habit. Daily play slots before or after schools. Weekly theme games. Weekly we change the games for interest of the students. Teachers stamp passport for their participation. Peer encouragement system. They get encouragement from the teachers and their friends.
Month 3, community integration. We host a parent and child day where the parent comes and joins his or her child for a day and look what they do and join them in playing and etc. And we host a local sports volunteering session where others from other schools or other area come and join us. Then we have our last and final health and happiness assessment where we check their past and now health and happiness score. Then finally we have the celebration day, which is the last day of our 3 month, 3rd month.
In school days, we'll held the PTM for our marks, how we are reading in our studies. And in our Play Passport program, we held celebration day, that parents can know how their children are participating in sports, how they are good at sports, if they are participating or not. They can also check our Play Passport book, and the parents also know about our program and our celebration day. Parents and children also participate in the games. It is not for competition, only participation. No extra syllabus load, no performance pressure. It is in our program there is no pressure, no extra workload also. It is very simple and interesting theme. Budget requirement. It is low cost and high impact school based solution. In our schools, In our government schools, we usually uh, we usually we usually think about the budget. We can't do any big ones. And for this, our Play Passport program is very easy, and we can easily make adapt in government school and private schools also. We can take this without budget and with budget also. Total cost is 15,000 per total cost is 15,000 for 100 plus children, which is about 150 per a child for 3 months. This model even works in low resource government school because it is low cost and only small budget. This easily can work in government schools.
Now let's look at our stakeholders and partnerships. You might be wondering how this program can survive without funding. Our key stakeholders are the daily teachers who are daily facilitators and students who part active participants and parents who give motivation to students at home. Next are why each partner's values matters. So NGOs gives us games and volunteers, and PHC or ASHA workers gives us health credibility, and nearby colleges or student volunteers gives us zero cost manpower. Community involvement ensures sustainability beyond school. Let's move on to the next slide.
Feasibility and risk assessment. When children show slow interest in our program, we introduce more fun games and we give the badges for their participation, and we put their names on our appreciation wall where they can get appreciated from the public more than any expensive prizes. When teachers feel it is workload, it is only for 20 to 30 minutes to take care about children in the ground and stamp on the passport. When equipment is shortage, we use low cost local games. We play low cost and local games like Coco, Kabaddi, Relay, Running, like these games we'll play. And when parents shows resistance, we'll held the awareness sessions for the for we have to say for the parents how sports is important, why you are not sending your children for the sports, and why it is feasible. It is of course it work in every schools and in our government schools also, because we use only existing time. We no need extra time after schools. In free period we can play this, and no infrastructure dependency. We can use small places for this like classroom, corridors and small grounds. We don't need a big ground for this. And scalable across schools. Any school can adopt this, and any school can use this idea and adapt this idea. This works even if only one teacher believes in it. If one teacher believes in it, that teacher will tell to another teacher. Then another teacher is also interested in our program. Then that teacher will also participate in our program.
Let's look at the impacts and outcomes. Healthier bodies, happier minds, and better learning. Our physical impact is the obesity risk reduces, and we have better stamina and flexibility. Now let's look at the mental impact. Our anxiety, stress all decreases, and we have better mood and focus. Let's look at the behavioral impact. Our attendance improves by 12% or so, and we have better participation, and daily play turns into a daily habit. Impact goes beyond sports, it touches health, happiness, and learning. Even a shy child who never played in the ground starts playing and participating in our program.
Measurement and metrics. It is easy to implement and easy to measure. We test physical fitness level, and we test mental happiness score, and we also test behavior from the children attendance and consistency. Pre-post attendance register, teachers observation checklist, simple smiley scale feedback from kids. children are automatically happy when they are participating without any competition.
Scalability and future vision from one school to every school. This Play Passport program fits every single Karnataka school timetable and can be linked with Fit India, Kelo India, or other playing apps. And teachers are already present. We don't need any special expert PE teachers for this. It can be used from normal teachers were already there. Can be piloted as a government circular without budget expansion.
If adopted across all over Karnataka, this can impact 10 plus lakh children annually. We are not creating athletes, we are creating healthy, happy humans. Let's make a playwright and not reward. Talent benefits few, but habit benefits all. In the sports, other sports focus on winners, prizes, and skills of the talents. But our Play Passport program focus on fitness, mental health, and habit of the student. ಈ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಜೀವನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
I guess the clap says it all, right? Simple, I guess, very practical. Loved your presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am.
Great presentation. One question on, you mentioned about 20 to 30 minutes play daily, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel that is less or should it be more? What are your thoughts?
It is maximum. If extra they will play, they can be extra fit and active also. Minimum we should play 20 to 30 minutes for daily.
And one final question is, in the risk I saw teacher workload, parent resistance. How about a passport for them also? How about creating a passport, play passport for teachers and parents also?
It is only for students.
I know. In the future.
Sir, maybe.
Congratulations. What I loved about your program is that it brings the entire community in. Families and parents playing and all of that. So that is actually it's fantastic. And I want to second Vijay's proposal. Perhaps teacher, you extend your program to the parents, give them a passport, give the teachers a passport, give everyone a passport. It's certainly it's certainly a very scalable idea. So my question to you is, what excites you about this idea?
When children take the badges, they are interested to participate in sports, because one children will get badge and the other one is interested to participate. I will also get that. I can also participate. And when they see their name on appreciation wall, they are appreciated from public. Their recognition from public. Now all are interested to participate in sports.
And public recognition is better than
any expensive prizes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. That was beautifully presented. Can I have one more round of applause, please? Thank you. Thanks. So next in the lineup, we have a school from Kochi, Sacred Hearts CMI Public School. And the presenters are Arunima, Parvati S, Pavitra. Thank you.
These rules are never written, never taught, and yet girls are judged by them every single day.
Sports claim to be built on fairness, merit, and discipline, yet gender bias continues to undermine these foundations. Across arenas and countries, athletes are denied recognition solely because of their gender.
This is not oversight. This is systemic discrimination. It distorts competition, silences excellence, and weakens the spirit of sports itself.
We are the Rangers. We are not here to observe injustice.
We are here to confront it,
challenge it, and demand change.
Gender bias in sports decides who is allowed to compete before talent is ever tested. It controls access to facilities, quality coaching, funding, training, playing time, and exposure. Girls are pushed to the margins from the very beginning, not because they lack ability, but because systems repeatedly chose to invest elsewhere.
This bias is driven by the belief that athletic excellence belongs to boys by default. Girls are discouraged early through stereotypes, low expectations, dress codes, and social pressure. As a result, confidence drops, participation falls, and potential is lost before it can ever grow.
Female athletes face harsher standards and weaker rewards. They're expected to prove their worth repeatedly, again and again, even in success, while receiving less recognition and fewer opportunities. When institutions stay silent, inequality continues. Equal talent demands equal access. Anything less is a choice.
Clean environment. An unsafe or neglected sports space is a decision to exclude girls. Broken facilities, poor sanitation, and lack of basic safety don't just discourage participation, they erase it. A clean, secure environment is the first declaration that girls belong here, are protected here, and expected to compete with full strength.
SHE zones, she zones makes fear unacceptable. These safe, healthy, and empowering spaces enforce zero tolerance for harassment, silence, or compromise. When safety is guaranteed, girls stop surviving the space and start owning it. Confidence rises, focus sharpens, and performance follows.
Building role models. Representation is not inspiration, it is permission. When girls see women leading, coaching, winning, barriers collapse. Role models reset expectations, challenge exclusion, and prove that success in women is not an exception, it's a standard. Month 1. Set the ground. We start by fixing what keeps girls away. Play spaces are clean, safety and sanitation issues are addressed, and she zones are set up so that girls feel protected from day one. Coaches are briefed on behavior and inclusion. Parents are involved early to build trust.
Month 2. This is where the program comes alive. Regular training sessions begin with equal access to equipment, coaching, and time on the field. Female coaches and mentors are introduced so that girls see leadership they can relate to.
Month 3, we focus on what's working and what needs improvement. Attendance, retention, and feedback from girls and families are collected. Safety spaces are reviewed and coaches are evaluated. The learnings are used to refine the model and prepare for expansion to more schools and communities.
Facilities gap. Girls are routinely assigned unsafe, overcrowded, or poorly maintained sports spaces, often sharing limited grounds and equipment. Lack of proper sanitation, changing rooms, and secure facilities turns participation into a risk rather than an opportunity.
Training gap. Training for girls is frequently regular and under-resourced, with fewer sessions, limited exposure, and training times that clash with their family duties. Without structured and sustained training pathways, skill development stalls and potential is lost early.
Support gap. Support systems around girls are fragile and conditional. Families hesitate due to safety and social norms. Schools prioritize academics over athletics, and institutions fail to commit resources. This lack of strong emotional and social institutional backing pushes girls out despite interest and ability.
Budget requirement. Our total estimated budget comes to about approximately 75,000 to 95,000 rupees.
Firstly, we have capacity building and training, which requires approximately 25,000 rupees. This investment strengthens the people who shape girls' experiences in sports. It covers gender sensitization workshops for coaches, teachers, and parents to challenge stereotypes and build support, along with honorariums for coaches and women mentors who provide consistent support and guidance.
Infrastructure, equipment, and safety, approximately rupees 55,000. This is the backbone of participations. Funds allocated for essential sports equipment, safety gear, and basic facility readiness, including sanitation and secure play spaces. These investments directly address safety concerns, ensuring girls can play regularly, confidently, and without risk.
Community engagement and visibility, which requires approximately 10,000 rupees. This budget builds acceptance beyond the field. It supports community sports events, outreach activities, and simple showcase materials that makes girls' participation visible, normalized, and celebrated within local communities and families.
Stakeholders and partnerships. Strategic partnerships are essential to challenging gender bias at scale. Our model aligns with organizations that have already shown commitment to inclusion, access, and girls' empowerment, ensuring credibility and execution strength.
Nike has actively invested in keeping girls in sports through its initiatives like Coaching Girls Guide and its partnership with Dove Self-Esteem Project. By equipping coaches and communities with tools to create supportive, girl-centric environments, Nike directly addresses the dropout rates caused by bias, body image issues, and lack of encouragement.
Decathlon. Decathlon has consistently worked to make sports accessible to all through community level engagement, affordable equipment, and inclusive campaigns such as Play Your Own Way. In India, Decathlon has supported grassroots participation by reducing cost barriers.
Adidas has taken a public stance on gender equity through campaigns like She Breaks Barriers, aimed at increasing visibility, representation, and opportunity for female athletes. Adidas contributes to shifting perceptions and normalizing girls' participation in sports.
Tata Group. To Tata Trust and broader DEI initiatives, the Tata Group has a strong track record in education, youth development, and gender equity.
Why these partnerships matter? Together, these partners bring resources, credibility, visibility, and expertise.
Expected impact, expanded participation, a projected 30 to 40% increase in the number of girls participating, improved retention, noticeable reduction in dropout rates after few initial crucial weeks, strengthened confidence and agency, girls demonstrating greater self-belief and confidence.
Measurable outcomes, pre and post program participation data tracking enrollment and regular attendance, structured surveys assessing confidence level, perceived safety, motivation, and a sense of belonging.
Attendance log for training sections, workshops, and community events. Qualitative feedback from students, peers, parents, and teachers capturing behavioral and attitudinal change. Why this matters? This outcome go beyond visibility or awareness, proving that when girls are given access, safety, and support, participation is not temporary, it is sustained.
Scalability and long-term potential, replicable model. Any school, any community, and any playing field can adopt this immediately using their existing infrastructure.
Low cost expansion. This model proves that impact does not need luxury. With limited resources and smart design, can spread across schools without begging for funding or waiting for approvals.
Sustainable ownership. Power is transferred, not borrowed. Teachers are trained, students are activated, parents are engaged. When the pilot ends, the system does not collapse, it strengthens.
Policy alignment. The program fits directly into school sports frameworks and gender equity goals, forcing institutions to act on commitments they already claim to uphold.
Long-term impact. The outcome is irreversible. Girls do not just enter sports, they stay, they lead, and they redefine who belongs on the field.
Gender bias in sports is an undeniable failure of values, leadership, and courage. Talent has no gender, power has no gender, victory has no gender. As long as discrimination dictates opportunity, sports remain corrupted at their core.
The Rangers reject this corruption. We reject silence. We reject delay. Equality is not negotiable. Justice is not optional. The era of bias must end. And it ends with action. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for the depth of research and the diverse, particularly the stakeholder variation and all of that you put time into. My question to you is, where do you see this solution playing out the most? Where will you implement the solution?
We can implement the solution in schools directly, and after we can successfully implement there, we'll start expansion to local surroundings and more communities.
Thank you.
I had one question. Have you thought of again age groups and again to relate it to what Deepika is asking, any geographies? Is it neighborhood school, which age group? Because gender bias, as it goes on from primary, middle, high school, have you thought of for the pilot program any specific age group?
This program, the self-esteem and confidence of girls are more less in their puberty stage, like pre-teens and teen stage. So we're focusing more on that. But every stage in life has their own insecurities. So we would like to help everyone, not just one age group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. That was wonderful. So in the next lineup of schools, we have a school from Coimbatore, Suguna Rupi Matriculation Higher Secondary School. And the presenters are Varshini and Akansha.
Welcome to the shimmering start of this beautiful day. Respected judges, dignitaries,
teachers, and my dear friends, good morning. I'm Akansha Dangmitra.
Myself Vashni from Suguna Rupi School, Coimbatore, the team Chrysalis.
So today we would like to speak about an important issue that affects each and every student. Yes, in today's education system, due to intense academic pressure, sports and physical education are often treated as option or unimportant. But we strongly believe that sports is not a distraction, it is a foundation for success.
The current reality is students avoid sports not because they dislike them, but due to heavy academic pressure and mindset issues from both parents and completely fear of falling behind academically.
So here we brought a solution for that.
We propose that physical education or sports should be included as a main subject till class 9 in all schools. And this system has already been implemented in CBSE and they do give grades for child's development, but this hasn't been implemented in state boards.
So if we
class 9, students will take part in it seriously. Parents will also support their participation and the child will gain lasting health and life skills. So what we are trying to say is PT should be part of academic timetable and marks should be given only for physical participation and effort. And there is no theory burden as there is no written exams. And students can practice within school hours. So this way, sports become learning and not leisure. Why we tell till class 9? Because from classes 1 to 9 are the crucial stage in a student's life. Because during this stage, their physical growth is maximum, mental development is strong, and habits are formed permanently. One more practical advantage of our plan is that nowadays students spend more time in mobile gadgets watching reels and video games. So if we make PT as a main subject, students will spend more time on ESA instead of spending time on mobile games. So mostly parents value marks and grades. So if we use of PT only grade a subject, parents will not stop their children from playing. Instead of saying don't play, they will start saying do well in your PT subject. Also, sports offers strong career pathways and significant professional such as on-field careers and off-field careers. Not only PT teacher, there are opportunities like sports manager, administrator, and much more. And when PT becomes a main subject, every student will participate. Not only skilled students and practical, even shy and average students will benefit, which creates equality, inclusion, and confidence in each and every child. And here are certain mental and academic benefits when we participate in sports regularly. The physical benefits include improved stamina and strength, which is much necessary for children from classes 1 to 9, and reduces obesity and lifestyle diseases, immunity, posture, and coordination. And mentally, it reduces anxiety and pressure, which is the most common problem in today's generation. Also, it helps us to improve focus and memory, control emotions, and aids in handling success and failure positively. And the academic benefits such as improves concentration in class, helps to manage time effectively, and helps to improve discipline and responsibility. Sports also teaches teamwork, accuracy, and many cognitive skills which can be taught in the moral value but can be experienced only in sports. And here is our age-appropriate physical education syllabus starting from class 1 to class 9. For class 1 and 2, we focus on brain activation, coordination, and interest creation, like leaving them to play free, like ball rolling, throwing, and catching, and so on. And for classes 3 to 5, we focus on skill foundation and cognitive engagement by games like basic like running and jumping. And for class 6 and 7, we focus on structured sports plus discipline, like teaching them the rules, regulation, and how to play sports like kabaddi, hockey, volleyball, and more. And for classes 8 to 9, we focus on skill development and we give choice specialization. They can choose the game they wish to play, from games like cricket, football, badminton, and so on. And here is our 3-month implementation roadmap. Month 1, we are going to plan and conduct orientation programs for parents, teachers, and going to rework the school timetable to include PT as a graded subject. The outputs we receive here are like clear grading framework system and ready timetables. And month 2 is about execution, like running PT as a real academic structure, conduct structured physical activity, and record participation marks weekly. And teachers monitor discipline, classroom focus, and participation, where parents will also receive monthly weekly PT progress update, which results in active student participation and consistent data tracking. And lastly, we are going to monitor, evaluate, and refine the results and improve the child's performance by comparing the baseline with current long layer, sleep level, fitness, prediction, academic focus, and so on. And by getting feedback from parents, students, and teachers regarding the child's performance, and by getting some challenges and solutions from them. And now we figure out the plan. And here's a budget requirement for all items. First thing, the sports equipment like basic ball, stems, and chess coins, which approximately cost around 14,000, and fitness assessment costs around 3,000, and HR training and orientation costs around 5,000, and for monitoring and evaluation costs around rupees 3,000, and totally rupees 25,000, which is defensible and affordable by most of the schools. And here's our justification for our budget. It is a one-time investment, low cost, using existing school infrastructure, and uses existing PT periods since we conduct this within the schoolhouse. No additional teachers required, and no extra coaching expenses. And students will improve their cognitive skills, and so that in their future 10, 11, 12 they can produce states and district ranks also, which will save this institution's reputation. Hence, investing in sports is not an expense, it's a long-term academic and institutional growth strategy. And here are the required stakeholders and steps. First is school management for approving timetable and grading system. And PT teachers should implement activities and assessments. Class teachers to support discipline and tracking. And students should core beneficiaries. Parents to encourage participation. Here is the feasibility of our plan. It uses existing PT periods, no syllabus overload as there is no written exams, and activities without assessments, and it works within schoolhouse and is completely easy to scale. And here's the risk and mitigation, because every idea faces challenges. So the first is parent resistance, because parents worry about their child's academic performance. So it can be overcome by conducting orientation programs and giving reports of their child's performance. And the next is time pressure. We can overcome it by framing up busy periods in timetable, and teacher workload by simple assessment rubric. And unequal student ability can be overcome by giving marks based on effort and not for skill, and infrastructure limits by rotating the activities on the same ground. And here are the impact and outcomes of our plan. For short-term outcomes, that is for 3 months, we get 90% of PT attendance, increase physical activity levels, reduce screen time, and improve student discipline. And the medium-term outcomes include better concentration in academics, reduced stress and anxiety, improved classroom behavior, and shift in parental perception. And the long-term impact, such as healthier student population, recognizing sport talent at an early age. We can find many students with many sports talent at a young age, such as Sir Mukesh and Sir Pragnananda. And balanced academic achievers such as Miss P.V. Sindhu and Miss Mithali Raj. And our proposal is not about producing athletes, it's about producing a healthy, focused and concentrated students. By practicing sports till class 9, students can build a strong basement for their future. And ensuring strong mind and strong future. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
In fact, I like the fact that you brought in physical education having to be a co-curricular activity. That's something that's part of the NEP 2020, the National Education Policy, and aligning it to that policy is I think the first step, and you all have done that. You mentioned an age-appropriate table, right? With the different. How did you refer to any framework for that? If so, which one?
Actually, it's based on the child's how they can improve at their young age. Like if 1 to 2 means these games can make them love for sports at their young age. So when love for sports come at young age, they can build it when they play regularly. So like that for each age, we are building each age outcomes in there.
Right. No, it's great. I mean, I was just wondering what your thought process was there. But take a look at it's called the LTAD, the long-term.
And the syllabus is also flexible. Even according to each school, they can change it. And our whole plan is flexible, so even the PT periods also we can change accordingly. We have planned upon 3 PT periods per week. And according to the school's availability, they can stretch it. It's flexible only, our system.
No, that's good. I think the ideation was good. Do take a look at the long-term athletic development, LTAD. It's a Canadian framework, very similar to what you mentioned. You might get more ideas from there. Okay, but good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had one question. You talk about one of the risks is getting the approval for grading from school management. What do you think about that? How risky is it?
It's a little tough only because what to say, while we are implementing a new idea, of course we have to get strong support from school management first. So the schools also must approve it. So it takes some more time for them to approve. So that is for month 1 for convincing parents, schools and all.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I thought there were some wonderful ideas there. I have one question. Okay. Honestly, you can answer. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think like Malti said, making it part of the curriculum and make it co-curricular is good. However, if you put grading in the way that normal grading is done for subjects and assessment, do you think children will enjoy play, or do you think they will think of it?
Actually, we thought of that, ma'am. But as there is no written exams, if we say them that if PT is considered and you should study for that, and if you want to write exam, they will get stressed. But as it is, we are giving marks only for their participations, right? And that
their efforts. Only for those we are going to give the marks, not for their written exams based on their
not for their performance is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay,
for their participation and efforts they take.
Maybe one thing you should consider doing is designing the evaluation framework or the assessment framework for play as a part of your, but do it in a way that will be fun for children, no, not in the way that will be treated like an exam. But yeah, thank you for your comment.
Actually, our proposal is to, what we thought is to include every children in sports, so that we thought of bringing it as a rank system.
Because when it's as a graded system, so that everyone will participate, and parents will also make the children to participate. They'll not tell don't play. Enough of playing. They'll tell, you have a PT subject also, do well in that. They will start telling.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you team. So next in the lineup, we have a school from Chennai, St. Michael's Academy. The presenters are Akshita, Srinidhi, Sai Vaishnavi and Joshika.
morning, honorable judges and fellow innovators. Every parent's first instinct is to protect their child. Now, this instinct has created a paradox of protection. Out of fear, especially for younger children and girls, we have limited active play. As a result, many children are missing out on physical growth, confidence, and teamwork. That's why our team from St. Michael's Academy is proud to present to you PlaySafe. PlaySafe isn't just an app, it's a trust based ecosystem that provides a safe, supervised, and transparent environment. By building trust through technology, PlaySafe empowers parents to confidently say yes to sports while ensuring that children play free and safe.
PlaySafe is a smart, safety focused app that lets parents stay connected while their children stay active and protected. Parents can track their child's location, attendance, and progress in real time while receiving instant updates from staff and coaches. From nutrition to daily activities, everything is transparent and easy to monitor. For secure travel, PlaySafe provides trackable, private transportation, including ensuring safety beyond the facility. Our programs are structured by age to match every stage of growth. Ages 5 to 9, young explorers focus on fun, coordination, and conference. Ages 10 to 14, growing adventurers build skills, teamwork, and discipline. Ages 14 to 18, teen leaders develop independence, leadership, and performance. We offer multiple sports across all levels, guided by professionals in safe, supervised environments.
Injury prevention is essential to play safe. Our age appropriate training and supervised sessions and proper warm ups reduce the chances of risk from the very beginning. Coaches are trained to notice early signs of strain, and parents receive real time updates. At PlaySafe, we don't just respond to injuries, we work to prevent them, because when children play safely, parents gain confidence. With our flexible fee plans and our financial support for underprivileged children, we ensure that PlaySafe is available to every family, because opportunity should be equal for everyone.
At the heart of PlaySafe is a smart app built into a wearable watch, giving parents complete oversight right from their phones. The app tracks health, daily activities, training progress, attendance, and even entry and exit from the facility, while also monitoring safe transportation. By combining real time updates with easy to read dashboards, the app ensures children stay active and protected while parents stay informed and confident in every step of the way. For underprivileged families without smartphone, PlaySafe provides two watches, one for the parent and one for the child, which can be voicemailed in different languages. So they can stay connected, track activities, and ensure safety without needing a phone. PlaySafe isn't just about sports, it's about safety, structure, and inner peace for both kids and parents.
As you can see, this is our app PlaySafe. We have a very clear, organized front system where you can easily access all of your child's needs and what are they doing currently. Over here we have your child's health, which you can track using our watches, which measure their heartbeat, their steps, and what activities they did today. You can also set goals for your child, how much water they should drink, and what food they consume today, and how much calories they ate, and how much they burn. We also have a live location tracking system with estimated times of arrival, with being able to contact your bus drivers. We offer two main sports per child, and you can track who are their coaches and who are their teammates and when the activities are.
So this is the registration page for PlaySafe. It's like a public page. So if you're interested, you can register right here. So we have our app name and then what comes in our training program, such as skill development,
Inclusive coaching, basically for disabled children, deaf and mute children. And then we also have a parent tracking app. So the parents can know where their children are with real-time tracking updates. And we also have an enrollment page.
Let me start with a simple question, can I? How many of your parents feel nervous when you play sports? Okay, that's exactly why Play Safe exists. We use our first 3 months completely for preparation because trust and safety aren't things you can fast forward. In the first month, we build the foundation. We listen to parents, work with professional coaches and child development experts. And this includes programs and facilities for children with disabilities. We also design sports programs that are age appropriate, safe, and inclusive. We plan adaptive sports phases and we train coaches specifically to work with the deaf and mute, ensuring communication, comfort, and opportunity.
At the same time, we design our PlaySafe app and our child-friendly tracking watches. Through these, parents can see where their child is and how active they are and feel reassured without having to constantly worry. By the second month, we start building. Our facilities are equipped with padded flooring, adaptive equipment, and control entry and exit points. Our coaches and caregivers undergo training in childcare, first aid, inclusivity, disability friendly coaching, etc. By this time, our app and tracking watch enter testing, so nothing is left to chance. By the third month, we test everything: mock sessions, safety drills, app accuracy, parent demos. Parents are called in, questions are answered, and trust is built before a single child steps onto our field.
Play Safe isn't just about sports, it's about creating a space where every child, regardless of gender or ability, can play safely, grow confidently, and feel included, and where parents can finally relax. After safety is assured, cost becomes the deciding factor. PlaySafe is designed to work around families, not pressure them. Parents select how often their children train with optional food guidance or transport support. This keeps quality coaching within reach and allows more children to stay active constantly. At PlaySafe, we don't just build players, we build people. We prefer hiring coaches and staff from NGOs because they already understand children, inclusive, and care. Since our coaching happens after school, we also create part time jobs for college students and senior school students. This gives them real work experience, responsibility, and exposure to the sports industry. Each role is fairly paid with a monthly rupees 8,000, turning Play Safe into a space where children grow safely and young adults grow professionally.
At PlaySafe, collaboration is the backbone of our impact. Our stakeholders include Kello India, the Government of India's flagship sports initiative, respected NGOs like Victory Programs, the Reliance Youth Sports. As we grow with larger facilities, our next role is to formalize partnerships through MOUs, enabling us to scale safe, inclusive sports program for more children.
PlaySafe is feasible because it uses existing and reliable technologies such as real-time tracking, activity monitoring, and secure transport systems, eliminating the need for experimental systems. Operationally, it follows a structured model with age-based groups, planned activities, controlled facilities, and trained supervision, making it easy to manage and scale. In a financial aspect, we use a hybrid financial model with both an external and internal revenue flow.
PlaySafe is supported through donations, partnerships, and grants while offering very affordable minimum fees for sports facilities, ensuring accessibility and sustainability. Overall, PlaySafe is practical, scalable, and realistic to implement.
The impact of PlaySafe is created and meaningful. It creates an inclusive space where children can stay active, build confidence, and learn teamwork regardless of gender or ability. For parents, it replaces anxiety with trust through transparency and real time updates. At a larger level, PlaySafe promotes a healthier lifestyle and safer sports environments, turning sports from a concern into a confidence choice for families. We don't ask parents to trust us blindly, we show them because when parents feel secure, children gain the freedom to play.
For children, we build confidence and healthy habits. For parents, we replace fear with transparency and trust. And for society, we promote active lifestyles and gender equality in sports. With the model and passion to scale across India, help as we turn the fear of play into the joy of momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice presentation. I know you picked a topic which others have also covered. My question was more specific to the solution that you've given. Okay, and it is cost prohibitive in the sense that it comes with quite a few of the add-ons, from your apps and other things. So, are you looking at implementing this school-wide, or is it like individuals who can afford it within a school? What's the plan?
No, ma'am. What we plan to do is, because of the fact that we are already in school for so many hours, one of our main motives for having a separate facility is that we can have a change of environment, they can meet new people. Most of us, I'm pretty sure everyone goes for tuition, and one of our main motives to go is to actually go and hang out with our friends and actually have fun rather than the main motive of studying. So that is also one of our motives over here, so that children can have fun and see new faces. Regarding your question about is it individual, yes, it is more cost effective. You do need the budget to join, but we also have programs for underprivileged children. We have a lot of NGOs, so they can, with our schemes and scholarships, we can, uh, also develop for underprivileged children. We also have our smart tracking watches for underprivileged children. Their parents won't really have a smartwatch or a smartphone where they can track the app. So we give two watches, so one for the parent and one for the child, so that they can track it simultaneously without needing other gadgets. Ma'am, I'm sure you heard about scholarship in schools, but we want to introduce scholarship in sports too. So basically, we take donations from individual or companies and fund it towards unprivileged children who have the talent and want to learn but do not have the facilities to.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted you to think on those lines as well, right? And the affordability part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, team. And in batch 2, we have our last school for today, which is from Bangalore, Presidency School, Banshankari. The presenters are Naman, Vishrut, Abhik Joshi, and Chinmayi Sridhar.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, judges and everyone present here. We are Team Crusaders from Presidency School Banashankari. I am Chinmay Sridhar Thirlapur and along with me are
Myself Abhik.
Myself Naman.
And myself Vishrat.
Today we are here to discuss about a problem that most students face silently, academic pressure and loss of playtime in our lives.
Let me start off by asking you a simple question. How many of you here believe sports is important for development of a child? Can we have a raise of hands? Okay, many of you. And now another question. How many of you think schools actually treat sports as non-negotiable whenever academic consistency drops? No one? So that's the thing, That gap right there between belief and action is the problem that we are facing today and the response that we will give today. In most schools, academics and sports are treated as competing priorities. Not because educators and schools want it that way, but because the system forces them to treat it like that. So when a student's academic consistency drops, the first thing that schools and educators do is either reduce or remove sports altogether. That it creates a very bad cycle. It does not improve the mental health of a student. It improves the stress and creates guilt around play. And here's the uncomfortable truth. The school already has the information to intervene early and give a solution to the problem. But they don't. Why? That is because of the lack of a system that actually systematically does that. And that's where Earn Your Play comes in. But before we talk about Earn Your Play, we want to make one thing clear. Earn Your Play is not a reward system. In that, we are not giving rewards to students. We are simply encouraging them to balance sports and academics together.
So, now let me start. Let me make this very simple and clear for you. Let me ask you a question. So, imagine a student's academic consistency suddenly drops this week. What do you think usually happens in a school? Any idea? Okay, let me answer this. It's usually nothing until it becomes a crisis or everything all at once. That is where Earn Your Play comes in. So, in Earn Your Play, every month only three things are analyzed: attendance, assignment submission, and classroom engagement. No ranks, no marks, no exams. Why? Because consistency predicts outcomes faster than performance. Now, let me ask you another question. Who do you think manages all this? Any answers? No? Let me answer this. So it's a three-person micro team: a class teacher, a PE teacher, and a counselor or senior teacher. Every week per class, 10 to 15 minutes. Based on this, students are placed into different levels of structure. Higher consistency, more flexibility in sports. Lower consistency, sports are still there, but with more supervision and clear routines with academic support. Now, let me be clear about this. Sports are never remote, ever. And this is where stress stays low. So, there is no daily monitoring, no councils, no public labels. Structures are applied each week, and every week is a reset. So, students do not react to fear, they respond to clarity.
Up to now, we have explained the idea. Now, I want to show you that this is not conceptual. It is an implementation ready idea. Let's start with how this actually runs on the ground. We focus only on three things mainly: regular attendance, active participation in class, and timely submission of work. Why only these three? Because they already exist in every school. They are updated regularly, and most importantly, they show early warning signs and not final failure. We deliberately avoid marks, ranks, or exams because once you use performance, you're already too late. Now let's talk about budget. The key design decision we made was this: Earn Your Play should not require new spending to be piloted. So the pilot budget is almost zero. This system does not need extra money, staff, or technology. Schools track attendance, give homework, and encourage participation. We are simply using what already exists in a better way. The only investment is time, short orientation sessions, and basic coordination. For a 3-month pilot, the budget breaks down like this. First is orientation and training, sessions for teachers, parents, and students. No cost, and the investment is mostly time. Second is coordination and monitoring. No additional pay is required and no overtime. Third is documentation and evaluation. There are simple internal repairing at the end of the pilot, and it is all handled in-house. So the financial cost of the pilot is close to zero. If the pilot fails, school loses nothing financially, and if it works, it expands without creating a cost burden. That's how Earn Your Play works.
So now I'll be talking about the roadmap because this is where most of the ideas collapse. So we made Earn Your Play as a 3-month pilot for a reason, because school needs proof before policy. Month 1 is alignment and calibration. Nothing changes for the students. In this month, we align teachers, orient parents, explain expectations to students, and also lock indicators. Baseline data is collected. Attendance trends, consistency of submission of homework and all your assignments, and also engagement levels in classroom. Why do you think this baseline data is required? Because baseline data makes any improvement later or not an improvement but an evidence. So next is month 2, which is controlled activation. Here weekly structures are applied, and every week the students are reviewed with all the 3 I just mentioned, and every week is like a reset. In month 3, the school has 3 clear options: scale, modify, or end. Stopping is easy. That's intentional because every good pilot must be reversible.
Now moving to stakeholders. There are 3 main stakeholders. The school management that approves of the pilot and prevents it from any interference. Next, the teachers. They provide input and raw data but do not enforce punishment. Then the PE departments. They become guardians of the physical activity and this system, not negotiators. Then come the counselors. They exist as ethical breaks. They prevent any labeling or any emotional escalation. Parents are aligned before the pilot, not every week, but after every month. Why? Because children need stability, not real time adult pressure. Students themselves have just one responsibility: consistent effort, not perfection. No external partners are required for this. No NGOs, no tech visionaries, and no consultants. This is very intentional. If a school cannot run this alone, it is not ready for this pilot.
So, when we say this is an implementation ready, we don't mean it looks good on slides. It means a school can start this the next academic term, using what it already has without burning our teachers or stressing students. That's the difference between an idea and a system. By this point, you might be asking a fair question. What actually changes in 3 months? Because we're not claiming miracles and definitely not promising high ranks in exam scores. That would be unrealistic. So instead of measuring final outcomes, we measure leading indicators, the signals that tell us whether the system is moving in the right direction or not. In 3 months, success must be looking like this. More constant attendance, fewer missed assignments, stable or improved sports participation, and most importantly, reduce stress conflict between students, parents, and teachers. If these improve, academic outcomes will follow later. And if they don't, the pilot ends without harming students. Now let us talk about risk. Because any system involving children must assume things can go wrong. So we designed safeguards, not excuses. Teachers' overload is prevented by using only existing data. Student stress is controlled through weekly resets and gradual movement, though monthly summaries instead of live tracking. And any misuse or bias is checked by a consular overdue authority. So the system does not rely on trust alone, it relies on desire. And that brings me to a final point. Earn Your Play does not ask schools to choose between academic or sports. It fixes a problem, it fixes a broken decision loop. It replaces panic with structured punishment, with support, and reaction with intention. This is not a program asking to be believed. It is a system asking to be tested. Thank you.
I had one final question. If existing data is already there in the school, and let's say if there is a problem, just assuming there is a problem, if teachers have to work overtime or do something else for this to happen, will zero budget work?
So that's the thing. Teachers do not have to work overtime. It's literally just 10 to 15 minutes per class every week. And I'm pretty sure teachers will have a bit of free time. They just need to adjust a bit. And no, there is no overtime for teachers. So no cost in that. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. I have one question. Is this the final? This is the final one, right? Okay, so you've seen all the presentations prior, right? So there will be a lot of ideas that you would have, derived from that. Considering that you've presented this and this is the final presentation for the day, any idea from the previous presentations on a similar topic, and you're looking at academics versus sports and a balanced, right? Any ideas from there that you'd like to add to yours?
Ma'am, we would like the website. We would like to add the website idea. I feel that it would complement our Earn Your Play idea very well. So if we can get the website idea, if we can add it, if we can collaborate, I feel that it would work perfectly.
So my question is, have you run this idea by any of your friends in school?
Actually, no. We had a brainstorming session.
Great. I'm very curious to see what the response of the student is to the idea of earning play. It's almost like play as a reward for behavior, and whether that idea sits well with the kids is a question in my mind. I wonder whether that question occurred to you.
Ma'am, as you said, and as we said also, that this system does not reward students for actually playing, or this is not a reward based system. It's basically academic consistency will give you more structural support to playing sports. And based on the, if our friends would like this idea, our principal has considered approving this idea to our school next term. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the response is. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, team. Thank you, everyone. So, now I request a big round of applause and heartfelt thanks to all our wonderful students present today for their outstanding efforts. Thank you. That was so wonderful. Can I hear? Hey! Can't hear? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hey! Little more louder. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hey! Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So now we are moving to a small segment where we will recognize few achievers who have performed well in the sports from the schools in Bangalore.
To facilitate the award, I request our judges to come on stage, and as well as Saumal sir and Bengal sir. Request you to please be on stage, sir. Please. So we are starting with the Sports Achievers Award. First, we are going with Bangalore, the school named Presidency, School Banshankari. Disha Shiva, please give a round of applause for her. Vishwajit Reddy, I request everyone to come on stage. Kavish. The next Achievers Award goes to Euro School Chinmay Hills. The achievers are Gauri Adarsh, Aryan S. Please give them a round of applause, team. Thank you. Dhruv Acharya. Vidisha Navin Kumar. Ayushi Burman. Sai Charan. Srinivasan Gandhi. Sanavi. Karthik Simon. Sai Shreyas. And if we have a school representative, call you on stage to join us. Thank you all. The next school, Ryan International Academy, Horamaur. The achievers are Vikyat, Kushi Shetty, okay,
Okay, now we are moving to the next school, Florence High School from Bangalore. The achievers are Dhruva S. Kadi. Yes, team. A round of applause, please. Come on. Yeah, thank you. Aradhya M. Aradhya M. Yashwant HP. Yashwant HP. Akshaya SV. Tanav R. Niharika R. Nishant RS Gowda. Sanvi U. Dheeraj L. Haripriya R. Next school we have National Public School, Kerpuram, and the achievers are Pranika, Aritra, Kashish Dinesh, and Nirupama. The next school from Bangalore, MS Dhoni Global School. We have Sri Satvik, Inba Kannan, Madhav Sharma, Gauri Shankar, K. Sahana, K. Pranav, K. Sabarnika, Abhinash, and Ifasa Fatima. I request the school representative also to be on stage. Next, we have MS Dhoni Global School, Hosur. The achievers are Sanjana R, Lakshman P, Vaishnavi M, Nakshatra L, Nikamant, Sanjana R, Singh. Krishna. And Nithilan K. I request the school representative. Next we have Euro School HSR layout. Yogit. The achievers are Yogit, Hasini, Kavish Sunil, Parv, Dhruva G, Maya, Jaslian K, Mohammad Mihiran, and Darish Harsha. Euro School HSR. The representative of your block, we would request you to come on stage, please. Next, we have Wisdom Montfort International School. The achievers are Brian, Sarah, Mohammed, Lena, Ganesh, Mohammed Umar, Dian, Rachel, Drupad, and Mana. I request the school representative also on stage. Next, we have Colors of Life, Parikarma League runner-up. Can I have a round of applause, please? The achievers are Tipu Sultan, MD Ashif, Deepak, Prajwal, Charles, Abhishek, Achuba, Emlyn Bum, Yuhanba Singh, Chandra Singh, MD Rizwan, and Jeffrey. I request the project representative to be also on stage. Please join. Thank you, team. Can I have a very good round of applause, please? Again, thank you. So we are almost near to the ending. So right now, I request the judges and the facilitators to be on stage, sir. We have the participation certificates to be given for the Pitch4Play presenters. And the first school, Presidency School, Banshankari. Can I have the presenters on the stage, please? As well, Presidency School, Banshankari, Naman, Vishrut, Abhik Joshi and Chinmay. I request Abhishek sir also to be on stage, please. School from Delhi, Paul George Global School. May I have the presenters on stage, please? Next we have a school from Chennai, Padma Seshadri, Bhavans Senior Secondary School, KK. request the next school presenter from Bangalore, Wisdom Montfort International. Can I have the presenters on stage, please? The next school presenters, SBOA Global School, Chennai. Chandraanti Public School. Next school from Bangalore, Betta Halsuru High School. Can I have the representative? Bhavans Vidya Mandi, Nehru. Bhavans Vidya Mandi, Nehru. Government School from Bangalore. my public school, Kochi. School as well. Suguna Prithvi Matriculation Higher Secondary School from Montfort. The next school to come near the stage, St. Michael's Academy, Chennai. Thank you everyone. Now we have come to the very important part of our today's event. I'll hand over the mic to our judges and they will announce the winners and runners of today's event.
So I'll announce the runner-up first. Paul George. These two kids have come all the way from Delhi.
Okay, so I mean that's the end of today's event, and thank you everyone for joining this Pitch4Play National Finals. Some of the teams have traveled down from Delhi, down south from Coimbatore, Tirunelveli, Kochi, and Chennai. Thank you once again. Thank you to the teams in Bangalore as well. Last and foremost, thank you to the teachers, the principals, the mentors who have supported these students, their parents, and motivated them to come over here and pitch their ideas. I'm sure the winning ideas and the ideas that you have already presented, the students who have participated, will go a long way in making India a sporting nation, a playful nation, and a joyful nation. So thank you once again. Lunch is served at MDC Woods, that is next to the reception. And while going back, kindly collect each team, collect your gift vouchers from us. Thank you. I would also like to thank the judges, the esteemed judges, Deepika, Malati, and Vijay. Thank you for your time and expertise. I'm sure your insights would have helped the students a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. I repeat, participant teams of the national finals of Pitch4Play, kindly collect your gift vouchers from us. Please don't leave the venue before collecting. Thank you.
Almost. Outside. I'll take everyone. Come. For lunch, no? ಕೇರ್ ಆಯಿತು ಎ ಸಿ ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಲೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎತ್ತ ಓಕೆ